well. Splendid. I do believe we are live. Oh, brother. Time to do some development. At least a little bit before I go to sleep. It's weird. Taking quite a little break from streaming. I feel like I've been taking a bunch of breaks from streaming. Been enjoying my evenings watching Columbo. But, I suppose, I suppose that I gotta get back into my regular rhythm of working. Okay. I'm sorry. Git stash push in case I actually care about this stuff. Probably don't though. Yep. I know we have a radically cleaner setup going on here. That's okay. And I guess we'll begin doing some development. What keyboard? I'm using the Ergodox. Here you go. 1 second. Also glad to have you here. Hopefully you're doing well this night. Gosh, man, it's been such a... I feel like it's been ages since I've streamed. Feels like forever, man. Yeah, of course, Fertigoose. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Hopefully I'm doing good. No problemo. Alright. Also, I think it's like... I need to change my i3 config. It's time for fall, I think. I think we gotta do a little upgrade here. So right now we've been rocking this blue one for a long time. I think it's supposed to be a winter one, but I've just kind of left it on here for a while. Yeah, winter. So we're gonna bring back the fall one, I'm supposing. Let's see if this doesn't break things. It may break things, I'm not sure. Okay. It's not happy there. Really not happy. Doing great, working on some Vulkan engine dev. Let's go, dude. Let's go. I would love to do some Vulkan stuff at some point. Be free of OpenGL. Right now I'm free of all graphics APIs because we're doing software rendering. So in some sense I'm like the most free. On the other hand though, I'm like it's terrible. We'll see. What's going on with my brackets? You have an open one for bar, open for close for colors, and then close for colors, close for this. Is this gonna break my i3? It's breaking my i3. No, this is correct. Yeah, now we're ready for fall, dude. Okay, so I did a game jam this past week, and I used the Ascii engine on it, and the results are pretty decent. However, now that the jam is like done, I kind of want to do some improvements on it. And these improvements are spanning a couple different categories. Wasn't what tech supplies are us. Yo, 2, finally you're back. Yeah, man, I've taken quite a bit of a vacation from streaming. That's it. The game jam kind of threw me out of whack. The jam went very good. I was surprised. It's my first game jam in like 6 years, and it was good getting back. I got to use the Ascii game engine for it, and it actually turned out pretty dang all right. It was funny because like there's the person who worked with me. It was their first in-person game jam ever. So usually, you know, game jams, especially for someone who's more fresh to game development, is already difficult, and grappling with the engine and stuff is like the whole thing. And this guy, I just threw him my Ascii engine in C, no documentation, no wiki or anything, and we just made he handled it. He actually was like crushing it, man. It was pretty sick, actually. I can show you the game right now, actually, now that I think about it. Let me pull from Origin. 1 second. I'll be learning C soon. Let's go. Yeah, dude, C supremacy, man. Yeah, I'm enjoying my time with C. Yeah, it was funny. I was like, during the jam, not only were we doing because the engine was barely, like, not fully functional, right? So he'd be working and then things wouldn't be right, or it wouldn't be as easy. So I'd be patching and making fixes to the engine and like adding more user-friendly functions for him to use. But I was also like taking some time to like speed up some things, do some vectorization stuff, and then I actually even implemented like a BVH tree, a packed BVH tree structure for faster array intersection tests for the objects, which was super janky. I spent the whole week just getting that working. Like I finished my half of the game within the first like 2 days, and then the rest of the jam was really just like patching holes in my engine and implementing this BVH thing to have faster. But it's great because we went from like 200 milliseconds to like 20 milliseconds depending on how much I allowed it to propagate out. Let's see. We have the game here. I just pulled from Origin, and I believe what branch am I on? No, I keep forgetting. I'm not using the shortcut in this machine. I am on main. Let me check out the BVH branch. Now we're gonna have to refactor so many things, but we're gonna do that later. Pretty sure it's this branch. I also have the release on the itch page on in the Discord, so it's only on Linux. So I'm not sure if many people are gonna be playing it. Which I thought I saw the branch up here somewhere. Yeah, BVH. Okay, cool. Name BVH already exists. Oh, did I already start it here? Oh, whoops. Pull from Origin. All the changes. Any local changes here? I don't think so. Okay, so let's run the game, so you guys can actually see what the game is. So I have to zoom in, zoom out like crazy, so you can actually see. Oh, wait a second. I'm still using the other way of rendering with Ascii. Let me do that real quick. Let me fix that up real quick. Where are we? Source. And it's going to be done with an engine. Actually, I'm fairly sure it's done within the engine header file. Yeah, we need to do some like cleanup on things, but we'll do that later. Yeah, well, you should not. You should be rendering with Yeah, you should be rendering with space right now. Interesting. Let me go to the release. 1 second. What releases? Bin. Oh. Debug. I'm pretty sure debug does the... Okay, there we go. So this is what the game looks like. Rendered in Ascii. This is like on your screen right now. And the whole goal of the game is for you... In fact, let me lower this down a little bit. I love the music, dude. Hutan killed it. Or Hutan killed it. Anyways, your goal is to get this guy over here. So you can use his cursor to track out a path for him. And I kind of did something dumb there, but we can keep going this way. And you can kind of navigate this guy around. And if there's enemies, you can attack. Your goal is to get to the top here while still having energy left. So every single action takes energy. The longer your chain is, the more energy it's going to consume. You could go to sleep though, and that will give you energy. And you can keep doing this until you get to your goal. And you can make the chain as big as you want to, right? That's up to you. But there is some strategery and the board changes. Anyways, so that's the game. That's the game. ASCII rendered. It's doing pretty alright. The BVH traversal really sped things up. We went from like 200 milliseconds in raid time to just 27 milliseconds, which is insane. So I'll give it a look. Let's see if Chrome would actually, if the Chromebook is going to support it. First time watching, but I don't have too much time to stick around. I already love the chill stream vibe, though, and we'll be back. Hey, well, thanks for watching. Thanks for popping in. I appreciate your presence here, and hope to catch you next stream. So, you have a good one. Hopefully, your endeavors go well. If you're going to sleep, hopefully you get your 8 hours and feel refreshed to face the next day. So yeah, this is the ASCII. This is like a demo of the ASCII engine. At play, at work, doing stuff. I'm actually quite happy with it. And, but things can be improved. There's a lot of jank. There's a lot of magic numbers I threw in there to get that BVH thing working. There's a lot of just broken things happening in general that we gotta fix. So, yeah, there's quite a ways to go with this. Today I'm probably gonna just do some like house cleaning on the underlying engine repository and try to figure out weird stuff that's going on that should not be happening. I'm probably gonna have to deal with the BVH thing too. I don't know. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. There's also the camera issues. There's a lot of weird stuff that's going on. That I kind of just scooted under the rug. But I think now is the time to address some of this stuff. So, projects. And then I probably need to do work on the mobile game because that's like close to being done already. I just need to finish it. We'll do that eventually. We will do that eventually. Where am I at right now? Progress. Who's going to be open here? Okay. If I were to just build the current demo I have going on here, what would happen? Oh, I should probably update the build scripts as well. Maybe I should even start with that, like having a thing to define the name of the project so that the build script can just use the name of whatever's defined there. We'll deal with that later. Does it work? Yeah. A floating point exception, core dumped. And that happened on the Lola rundown BMP file. Cool. Cool. So freaking cool, man. Let's just do GDB. GDB run. Okay, it's happening within shaders within sprite unlit. Oh, because I've changed stuff, haven't I? Yeah, I changed all the shaders. Yeah, so that's probably a good place to begin. Is within, actually likely the main file, because that's where I did all the main changes here. We're not using raylib anymore, we got rid of that. We got other ways of handling input, so we're good on that front. How many years have you been in the software engineering industry? Professionally, probably like, I don't know, 5 or 6-ish years, around there. Something like that. Not too long in the grand scheme of things. I should have actually saved GDB. I should have saved the result I got from GDB. In fact, let's do that real quick. This is the, okay. Run, no. Okay, and sprite unlit. So I think it has to do with our Lola sprite. So where do we create you? So we have the object references here. This example is gonna be kind of bad because we use, there's old functions that don't exist anymore. What about unprofessionally or total? Probably unprofessionally or total will be like 15-ish years or something like that. I mean, I've been coding since like middle school or something, so it's been a fat minute for me. It's been like on and off. Also, let me move chat so I can actually see it more easily. Okay, and no more of this. Point color, are we doing that? No, we're not. Okay, textures, here we're at. FD standard. Here we go. I think this one is where things are going wrong because I'm pretty sure. Perish the thought. No, we're good. Shaders. Yeah, so sprite unlit is the one we're using. And you, my friend. Aha. This is the struct. Also, I was gonna document it and then I never did, so splendid. You'll have to see it. Okay, so frame count, cell count, index is gonna be 0, and then speed. Yeah, that's the critical change I made. Index and then speed. Okay, let's see if this actually runs now. Debug. Let's just try running demo. Got him. F sprite unlit. int index. Yeah, something to do with a bad index. But I'm fairly certain that I fixed that. Also, my mic keeps on like falling down. It's not my intention. If it was up to me, my mic would stay up. But it is what it is. Okay. I probably need some more light here. It feels very dark within my keyboard range. I don't know why. Am I missing something? Oh, I'm missing color. C4 underscore white. Pretty sure it's that. Okay. Yep. Still happening. Oh, because it's still the same build. I keep forgetting. Yeah, there we go. Okay, the demo scene's working again. No, it's not. No, it's not. The lights are not rendering correctly. Actually, nothing is still rendering correctly. Okay, so we got issues to fix here. I'm pretty sure for all of these I have to specify a color now, which is probably part of the issue here. This might also have to deal with the fact that I enabled shaders to have that color parameter on them. So, you know, it's a trade-off you make. That's why the areas that are lit were showing up gray, because it was black. Speen! Hey, what's going on, Terrell? It's good to see you, man. Which, by the way, I was going to text you. Big walks this weekend. Let me know if you're down for free. I'm super in the mood. I was like super wiped after the game jam thing. That was like insane. So much manic work. I need to see if I can get this running on Windows as well. Just so other people in the team can actually play the game they helped make. That would be good. Which day? Probably Saturday or Sunday. One of those 2 days. Sunday would probably be more guaranteed in the afternoon or something. But I think Saturday should be fine too. Actually, I'm pretty sure Saturday should be good too, yeah. Okay. Okay, let's try build. Okay, there we go. Look at it. The light demo is kind of working. There's some weird fragments from the BVH thing. It's crazy because this was like super laggy before, but because we implemented the BVH thing, it's like faster. There's some weird artifacts from it though, which we need to fix. But hey, it's a thing. Yeah, she's moving at like a million miles per hour. At least 10 gigafeet per microsecond. Yeah, I need to figure out this stuff though. In fact, actually, I'm kind of curious. Because there should be, oh, there's not. I got rid of the controls. Right. First of all, I'm going to get rid of all this. There's no... Oh. There is this for that input, but not for this one. Well, this should be fixed now with a simple addition of just Actually, I can look straight up, just do... You can... What? Input equals A. Because everything is just an input or int. So you can just do this. I think it has to be lowercase d if I'm not mistaken. And then finally, this can be S for down. W. Okay, and that should produce all the movement stuff I would desire. Yeah, was the controls for the object. Okay, cool. And then the camera speed thing. This should also be added back in, but we're going to do things a little different. Late night? Yeah, it's late night. It's before I go to sleep. It's kind of odd for me because I've gotten accustomed to like spending my nights and evenings watching Columbo and relaxing before going to bed. I kind of forgot that how it felt like to like manically do development before going to sleep. It's a very strange. I mean, I was enjoying it. I'm probably gonna keep doing that. But whatchamacallit. Yeah, it's very strange going from that back to the usual stream schedule, quote unquote schedule. Good to see you though, D Jacob. Hopefully you're doing good, dude. Love Columbo. Yeah, Columbo's great, dude. I mentioned the last stream. I identify with Columbo, man. Like every episode starts off with a murder. Every day I wake up, there's a bug somewhere, and some code base, whether at work or in here. Columbo spends the episode trying to find the killer. I'm trying to find the culprit. Sometimes I'm the culprit. Sometimes it's someone else. It's just great. I love it. And plus, it's very relaxing, dude. You get to be transported to a time and place. You know? That's just different. It's just different, dude. I like it a lot. I like me some Columbo. Also, people, you know, he's kind of scruffy looking. People kind of don't take him serious. I feel like I'm not, you know. I feel like people see me as a goober too, you know? It's great. I love watching Columbo, man. Let's see if this compiles. Do you compile? You do compile. Do you run? Hey, look at that. I don't have camera controls working though, do I? No. I'm gonna have camera controls tied to my Vim motions. So you're going to be up. You're going to be down. Left. Right. Everything's alright. Now I can move the camera around. Very nice. And I'm moving that thing. Okay, let's make this like... Let's see if my FPS enforcement thing actually works. Yeah, no more Raylib. Get out of here. I'm not going to be using you no more until I actually have to use you again, in which case we'll deal with that later. Hey, what's going on, Draco? It's good to see you, man. Do you know the murder mystery show in the White House? Love that one. Wait, what, is that a real thing? The murder mystery show in the White House? I've never heard of that. Maybe I should give it a watch. Something different. Alright, engine housekeeping stuff that I need to deal with. Actually, let me see if I can set the... Actually, it's going to be part of housekeeping. We got to do some cleanup here. Our logic. The way we're doing stuff ain't making much sense. Like within debug, that's where I'm specifying important things. By the way, do you like my exception? It's just we print F and then we wait indefinitely. Just so I can read what happened. I don't know. I need to do, there's a way to like manually close a program from anywhere in an application. I just don't know it. Yeah, I need to put some stuff. FPS. So that's just like config stuff. I need to make a proper config file for the game as well and have it be loaded. That's a thing. I was trying to set it to 10 FPS. This is not working, I don't think. I think we're rendering at a significantly faster refresh rate than that. Like if I make it like 1 frame per second, is it gonna do that? Yeah, no. It's not doing that. That does not look like 1 frame per second. So our runtime thing is not, our weight enforcement is just not working. And I'm not sure why. Maybe we'll fix it or maybe we won't. We'll find out. Engine debug. I mean, the other thing is I could just probably do a delta time thing, but I kind of don't want to deal with that. I'd rather have like fixed, consistent update cycles. Yeah, you're supposed to be happening here while current frame time is less than FPS. Orphan's glass onion, so it's peak. Glass onion? I've never heard of that. I need to check it out though. What was your first language? Probably it was C++. And then I switched to GameMaker and started using GML for like many years after. But C++ is where I learned some basic foundations of coding stuff. Honestly, I kind of wish I took it further. But, you know. While I big walk the game, or just big walking outside, big stepping. Either way though, feel free to just chill and put me in the background. That's kind of the goal here, right? There's some dumb conversion stuff happening at some point that I never like corrected. We're dealing with things in milliseconds, I'm assuming. So you divide FPS. That. I don't know, I'm not sure if I even want to deal with that right now. There's kind of bigger fish to fry. The color blending for the lights bother me. I would have thought I'd had better color blending, but I don't. So that's something to deal with. What else is there to do? I mean, this is significantly, in fact, I should probably do it to do. This ain't working. Not working. Please fix. Cabin guy. Big game, my big room. Nice. I was just talking about it today with some coworkers. a fun game. I enjoyed it. What else is there? Get time diagnostic stuff. But yeah, I need to extract this FPS. It's not acceptable for FPS to be located here. That's not right. But ideally this would be like a config file that I have somewhere. So I don't know. Also don't need this. Also should probably document, but okay. What else is there that's kind of big and important? Math utility should be in a different location, that's for sure. What math primitives do I have so far? Color, float 2, float 3. We should be using float 2s for this scale for objects, since everything in this game is technically just a plane. Really it's a box, but fundamentally it's just a plane, which means I want everything to default to 1, size of 1 in the scale department. I need to finish vectorizing the float 3x3 multiplication stuff into float 3. Yeah, I won't use the into that much. Yeah, let me just... I'm not in Ranger, am I? I also have to start working on the audio, like an audio specific thing. Yeah, I don't need this. Source. Math utilities. Should be within the math class, or math folder. That's probably gonna break some stuff too, now that I think about it. Where are ya? Yeah, where's the math utilities? Yeah, there we go. I wonder if does C have like that bang operator or the wildcard? Where you just like import just everything from a directory. Can I just do this? I don't know. Maybe I wouldn't want to do that. We should have to deal with this stuff, because some of the stuff is like specific to Unix systems, which doesn't work on Windows. Oh, I know what I want to work with. It's not as apparent here, but if I were to go into the if I were to go to main, and if I were to set the target, because right now it's rendering really fast because of this resolution, but if I were to instead set it to be like 300 by like 80, which is what the Connection Jam game is running at, it like chugs super hard, reasonably. It's not unreasonable. The issue though is not that, but rather the flickering that happens on frames. So if I were to fill it out, yeah, I mean, there's flickering from like the weird stuff when it comes to the BVH. I'm not sure if it's actually flickering here though, but maybe that's just because of me using a CRT. But it's actually rendering kind of fine, which is not. Oh, it flickers a little bit. It flickered there for a second. So I'm thinking about maybe the way we're doing our rendering to the screen, I should just buffer it the way we originally did, instead of printing out each character individually. The reason we switched to doing that is because of this print color car thing, which, let me change this to actually, I'm pretty sure this is within terminal utils, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, I think. Yeah, print color character. So first thing is that this is printing out background. So I want to change this to instead be terminal print color background. So we have this huge string that's being printed out. So if we want to have this buffered, we have to do like our dimensions, like width times height times the characters here, to actually do this correctly. And that's the hitch. So we'll start with this just as a reference. Print, I don't know, background, and then create an alternate. Print colored text. Honestly, like, I don't know, I have to test this out first, make sure this works. I forgot what, there's a magic value that works here for this. Let me test this out real quick. So now this will be terminal print colored background. That's the source function here. But now we'd be commenting this out. And I want this to be a little bit more dynamic because maybe I want to have like other stuff drawn on top, so I don't know how I would want to design this. Terminal print color text. Honestly, it's going to be the same parameters here. The only difference would be an X character instead. So if I were to do that, or maybe one that has a bit more of a higher density, I don't know, like maybe O or something. Or maybe just actually big X. If we were to build this, and in fact, I'm gonna do a lower resolution as well, so that we can actually see things correctly. One second, guys. Let me just do a little adjustment. This shader. Did I go to main already? I did. Okay, perfect. So I should be able to zoom in. And now instead of spaces, we should see X's everywhere. Now you're unhappy. Let me fix that. Print colored text. Okay. So now we should see the X's be... Wait, okay, what's going on here? Oh. That's why. Yeah, I guess I'll just... Or I could just do printf, because that's all that really matters right now. Oh, I guess because you want to be transparent. Okay, yeah. Okay, build. We're happy. Okay, now we have a bunch of white axes like I mentioned, but colored backgrounds, which is not great. I don't like that at all. But that just verifies that this is working still correctly. And now we can actually start fiddling around with getting the correct color code. I forget which one. I think it's 49. Let's see. Oh my goodness, that looks crazy. And it's also wrong. Yeah, we're going to be getting a lot of weird colors until we get the actual correct key code here. Build. Yep, still wrong. Maybe 50. Nope, now we're just getting nothing. Maybe it's 38. There we go, it's 38. So now if you zoom in, you should see that the individual characters themselves are colored, not the background. So if you were to navigate around, you see all this fun stuff. But now I have to make actual concrete decisions about how we're going to handle UI rendering. Or what kind of flexibility I want to have to the engine. I do want to have buffering. The nice thing is that this is like the same number of characters as this one. Granted, it's assuming that we're passing in like just the character. And maybe we can make an enforcement, like a rigid enforcement of that. So instead of a char pointer, you're just always providing like a char instead. Change this to be C, and then over here, this would actually just become a char directly. So we would build it. Why are we unhappy? Right, because you also need to be simply a car. And now, so things are rendering correctly, which is good. I like that. It's rendering correctly. Now, the next step I want to test out is actually having this dynamic character selection thing, which I tried out last time but didn't get working. I saw the results of your recent game jam in the cabin chord. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, that was a crazy thing to do. Both like for me and then also the dude who also helped out with it as well. He implemented the left side of the board where the character moves around and stuff. Yeah, he handled like a champ. But yeah, that was a lot of fun, dude. I think I'm gonna do more game jams. They're really, really fun. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I guess I'll just add one more here. 5. No, blank for empty. So now you have empty space. And then we're doing this whole thing to somehow get the index. And then char is going to be equal to, this would become values C. Yeah, the whole thing was crazy, man. I'm surprised we ended up having anything to show at the very end. So now you should be seeing like the actual character should vary. I'm not sure if you can really tell it. But I guess if I were to stop it and then we zoomed in, you should see some characters that aren't X's. But we're seeing just X's right now. So that's not good. Especially since we don't have any X's in this, so that means something's going awry with how we're implementing this. Try building it again. Okay, so just like seg faulted, I think. Yeah, it was not happy. Not happy at all. Between the max of RNG, max of B, which produces a 0 to 1 value. You multiply that by 5, so that value is 0, mapped to like index 0, and then if the maximum value is 1, 1 times 5 equals 5. So I actually have to map this to be 4 because we're indexing directly into this. I see my errors now. Oh my goodness. Max is not producing what I would want it to produce. That's not good. Also, I'm realizing the stats are being colored as well over here, so that's not good at all. Jeez, okay, what's happening with you, buddy? What's happening up here? Yeah, it's all maximum. It's all at the maximum. It's like either it's 0 or it's nothing. Is it because it's doing should I do like F max? Is that the issue here? Yeah, you're not happy. No one's happy today. Did I implement a float max? I don't know. I think I did. I can't remember. I just want to test this out, but I don't want to do average because like colors that are just red are going to be just really dark, or colors that are just purely one of the primary colors are going to be very dark, and only white colors are going to have the maximum. But maybe that's just what we do. Do you want to be really try hard and just vectorize this operation? Nah, that's dumb. In this case, I think. All right, yeah, that's not a thing to do here. That'd be like a horizontal add. Up. Seg fault. Run it. Oh, still seg faulting. Why are we so unhappy? Color R.G.B. These are normalized color value ranges as well. So that should be correct. We divide it by 3.0. We should also specify that in the color class or color struct because that's not always inherent. In fact, I should just do that right now and document the class while I'm at it. What is that? Oh, that's from notes when I was designing stuff. Yeah, from like the first stream when we were figuring out what things were going to be and how they're going to work. Component values should be from 0 to 1. It's actually, can I do the thing? What's going on, Mike Holf? What's going on? How we doing? I'm doing good, man.
Yeah, why not be super specific? You're kind of specific. And then RG, B, A. Yep, okay. That's our documentation for today. I'm not sure if it's worth doing the union stuff or if I should just like cast and be like, hey dude, this is just what it is. This is a color. Just interpret it like that. We'll see. Alright, let's see if this, I mean, it's going to continue the sec file. I haven't changed anything. But you never know. Sometimes you just do something different and it just works. Scrolling through, keep on the good work. Hey, thanks for popping in. Hope you have a good one. Okay, get rid of that. This is the old one. We're doing color text right now. This is producing bad things. Bad juju, apparently. Not sure why, but it is. Multiplying by 4, because that's the maximum index for values. And it feels like the world hates me right now. Why are you being mean to me? Alright, let's run it with GDB. Okay, segfault where? Where are we segfaulting? Engine 75. Right here. Well, that's expected, but the Y is the critical part. The Y. We change them to char. We're taking in char as well. That should be good. We should also probably document this as well. Itself will be colored. And I should probably specify parameters, like the fact that this range is 255 range, but good stuff to know. We're still back to here. It's not like we're modifying the color at all either. Also, if we do the text buffer thing, like how many, this is like one character, this is like one. Actually, is the string this produces, is it variable? I actually don't know how large the string is. Because I wonder if it's producing color, like the integers, as like a single character value, or if it's like encoding. Is it gonna print out like one for each digit? Like if it's 255, let's say, which these are the value ranges that's occupying here, if it's gonna be interpreted that way. I guess we'll just find out. I mean, it's a terrible way to think about it because I'm guessing some terminals have one implemented. There's probably some protocol somewhere that defines that behavior. And I might rely on like weird behavior from one terminal emulator that other terminal emulators may not support or implement. And we still haven't found the cause of this yet. So this is no good. I'm assuming it has to do something with like the fact that this is a float. I don't think I have to actually do... That's probably... Yes. Goodbye. Build. No, quit. We're not doing GDB. Okay, and still quits. Okay. So not there. In fact, let me do this. In fact, actually, I'm realizing something. Because we're treating this like a float, and it has to be evaluated as a float so that this can actually produce... Multiplying this by this will produce the full range of values. Otherwise, if this is interpreted as and it would be, and it's dealing with like a normalized range too, so it would be like rounded down to either 0 or 1. So I gotta keep this as a float. Sorry, why can I not? There we go. So numerator is considered a float, the denominator is considered a float, then we multiply by 4. I mean, I doubt that's going to fix anything, but let's see. It has to see there's something weird with that. In fact, let's just narrow this down a little bit more. Let's just look at the red channel. If we just do the red channel times... Yeah, and things are still going wrong there. It would segfault if I'm accessing memory incorrectly. So I'm assuming that's what's happening. Like somehow this is producing a value that's not legal here. And you'd only have that if like the product of these two. You'd only have that if this value here is not normalized between 0 and 1, which means it would either have to be negative, which I doubt, or it would have to be greater than 1, which I also doubt, but also, you know, you never know. Maybe I gotta do like a hit it with the old yield clamp 0, 1 and multiply it. No. So the clamp is working. That compiles. It should be clamping these values. And then multiply by 4. That's where things are going wrong. So let's just do a final thing here. Or in fact, even better. Let's do an int. Have the int component be first. Dude. What is going on here? What is going on? The float max stuff is working fine. Okay, this is producing the wrong... There's something weird here. Am I modifying the correct file? Is there something I'm not saving? All my buffers show to be like saved, so it's not that. Yeah, I find this strange because we just made it so that it only uses the B color, and yet it's producing colors that are not, that require the red channel, which is strange. So let's do this little test. I am going to override you. Well, I guess it doesn't matter because of... Okay, yeah, never mind. I'm thinking wrong. The color being represented is actually correct. It's just the way it's informing the luminosity is not correct. So let's do this. I'm going to do 0, or let's do 4. Vibe coding? Nah, dude. Just vibing while coding. Okay, so this is producing a correct, acceptable result. Okay. So now, so the issue's got, it's 100% the value that's produced here when we're indexing into our char array. What you making, bro? I'm making an Ascii engine right now. I'm doing this whole engine in C that renders Ascii and stuff like that. And it has like lighting and a bunch of fun features like that. So if I save this, run it. Oop, what's going on here? Let's try building again. Someone's unhappy, and that is me, because I forgot we changed this to use characters instead of a string. Build it. So I use this, this is like a little demo project I did a while ago. I used this for a game jam a while ago, or actually this past week, and it was cool, it works, and now I'm just doing some housekeeping, going back to the original engine core, and updating it so a lot of weird bugs and issues get addressed. One thing I'm doing right now is fixing how we do the color rendering for Ascii, so that it can actually, so it can reduce flickering and things like that. Also doing some documentation, because for that game jam, I just threw this engine, quote unquote, at someone, and there's no resources whatsoever for them to get oriented into the project. And I think I'm gonna make a bunch more games, like terminal-based Ascii games, which, by the way, like this is it. Like these are just characters on your terminal. I want to do more of this, but if someone does work with me, I would at least want to make this a more, a less frictionful process. But yeah, people were complaining about the flickering, so I'm right now I'm dealing with that right now. I'm investigating. I'm gonna make a buffer so that instead of individual print statements, it's just one print statement that prints out the entire state of the screen. And part of that is I need to have, another part of that is I also want to have, instead of just doing flat rendering here with like backgrounds, I also want to support an Ascii array like this, so that brighter colors would use like this character, and then darker colors would use like subsequent characters. But there's a weird bug that's happening with how I'm calculating it right now, and I'm trying to investigate what's the cause. And I'm pretty sure it has something to do with like the way floats and ints are being interpolated when I'm doing the index into the values. I don't know why. It's very strange. I don't know why it's being odd like that. But this is my lot in life. Oh. Did that fix it? Am I seeing a variety of characters? I don't think I am. Build. No, I don't see a variety of characters. I'm just seeing all of them use the same exact ones. Yeah, I just colored darkly. That's not my intention. Oh, because I'm hard coding it here. Alright, let's see if this actually fixed it. I should probably put that in the title. Yeah, this is strange. So it works partially, and then it gets to one character and it just breaks. Segmentation core dump, that's why. Also, let's do something real quick as well, so that when we get to here, it resets the color back to like white, so I can actually read it. Be kind of important, kind of beneficial. What's going on, Garkin? Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing well this evening. See, I'm so used to like the simplicit. Also, what GCC version am I using? This is using 16. Okay, good. It's always weird, this disclaimer. There's no warranty, not even for merchantability, okay, or fitness for a particular purpose. Like, I know it's saying, it's describing, like, it's not described for a particular use or whatever, but fitness is such a funny word to use for it. Alright, let's see where our sec faults are coming from. So do I have the right 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? I can count. Yes, there is. 5. 5, 5, 5. And this, I believe, is still producing heartbreaks right there. So I wonder if I have to do my see if that assuages anything. Nerp. Okay. There's no try catch in C# or in C, so I can't just do that. I guess the best I can do is like preemptively like print out the current value. Hey, value is %D_C, and then new line. Okay, so where's the warning? Oh my goodness, value is 0, 0, 0, -1 billion. Now the question is, because these values are suitable here. Yeah, 0, 4, 3. So it means our color value is actually, is it? Because we have clamps. Is my clamp 0, 1 not working? Okay, this is why it's called house cleaning. We had to fix things like that. Math utilities, float clamp 0, 1, we pass in value 0 and then 1, and then this calls back float clamp, which just says, hey, if value is less than lower, return lower, value is greater than upper, return upper. And okay, that's weird. That looks correct to me. So then, if the clamp 0, 1 isn't failing, how is C like a minimum value range? That's odd. I tell you, your passion for coding. Well, it's even more than that. I've just signed up for my training course to get certified as a full stack web developer. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're that's motivated you to continue pursuing it and grow deeper into it, man. I'm glad to hear that, dude.
I wish you the best in your endeavor and full stack development. And yeah, I hope you enjoy it. Enjoy the process, enjoy learning. And you know, getting cracking at it, man. I'm glad to hear that though. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, programming is fun. I enjoy it. And I hope that you get to enjoy it to that same degree too, if not more. Okay, let's actually do this. Let's do something even better. Let's actually get the components here. Am I iterating with I? No, I'm not. Perfect. Okay, you're gonna be I now. You're gonna be I. Float C is gonna be color value. And you're gonna be clamp 0, 1. See, this is why I'm gonna have to do unit tests, guys. I'm gonna have to set up some actual automation and set up like continuous integration for this project if I want it to be a much more robust thing, so that I have tests that assure me that, hey, clamp 0, 1 does indeed work. If something's broken, it's not that. But because I lack such things, I must now go to this murder mystery whodunit to understand where the bad man is. This is my life. This is what we must do. It is tragic, but it is indeed necessary. And at some point I'll set up my home server and have the repo driven there too. Also, what's going on, Peregrine? Welcome to the server. Glad to have you. Make yourself cozy here. So, cozy. Oh, you already reacted to rules. Let's go, dude. Yeah. Glad to hear that, Garkin. Yeah, be sure to let us know how your journey goes with becoming a full stack developer. Okay, so I believe we have all of our little tests. And let me pass in the actual value so that things print out correctly. Now we're going to do a build, and we're going to run it. And now it should error. Thank you. I can highlight it. And the value is -2. 4 times nan, not a number. Interesting. The comparisons fail for clamp because it's not a number. That's why. So somehow I'm allowing nans to propagate. This is probably due to the way we're sampling textures. Like, it's somewhere, somehow, we're sampling bad textures. And this is producing, or sampling invalid parameters within textures, and that's producing the values we're getting. Interesting. Or we're doing some, like, weird computation that's allowing it to propagate somewhere. I'm not happy that nan is like propagating without any kind of issues or without being caught anywhere. That's not great. And that makes this a little bit more problematic. Because I suppose this is like tolerant to that. I wonder if I multiply not a number by 0, if that's going to magically make these problems go, or by 1. Like, would that... How do you even check for that, dude? I guess we're going to learn something today, guys. Strap in, we're going to learn something today. How to compare, or how to detect nan
float and C. We're gonna go to find some archaic Stack Overflow. Please don't. This is for C++, but let it be a C thing. According to IEEE, my beloved, have to have the odd property that comparisons involving them are always false. For a float F, we true only if it's nan. Interesting. That's so. Oh, that's so jank. That is so jank. So, like. Okay, I guess we're gonna have to add a new utility to our I don't know, math, I guess, or float utilities. I don't even know. I guess it's just math utilities. Yeah, we'll just add it there. So many fun little dumb edge cases like that. Okay, math utilities, float is nan. So F not equal F. Cool. Okay. So this is wonderfully absurd, and now I'm faced with this even other odds thing, which is like, all right, what if we do our like we have all these flow functions. Now we have to consider the nan situation, right? Do I just consider nans to be 0? And just say, yep, that's good enough to me. Or do I just deal with this over here and not have critical code use that, and instead have it be caught here where things are more malleable? Okay, and now we do this, where if it's nan, we're gonna just say color is just 0, right? Otherwise, we'll use the original source color, which we don't have to worry about clamping anymore, thankfully. I might add like math utility to like 0 nans or something like that. Like replace nan values with 0. It's not correct, but for the short term it does provide some utility. But then you get to this situation where like temporary solutions become very not temporary. Uh-oh, spaghetti-o. What's going on here? Negative nan. Why is that? Oh, because I'm still using the original value here. That's why. Is that what I'm doing? Yes, it is what I'm doing. Pardon-moi. I should be able to do this now, simply speaking. And all my problems shall go away. No, they did not go away. And now I removed the debug statement as well, so I don't even know what's the issue. Okay. So float is nan, return 0, otherwise we use the source color. I'm guessing that's wrong. Did I do this correctly? Or incorrectly? Is my nan detection just wrong? But Stack Overflow they would never lie to me. For float F will be true only if F is a nan. Oh, I'm not using C++ 11. Interesting. Hey, what's going on? Is a vibe. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad you dig the setup. It's a favorite of mine. I like using it. I took a break from it to taste modernity and using actual LCDs and stuff like that, but at some point you gotta return back to home. And this is home for me. This is the comfort for me. Okay, let me just see if I have this backwards or something. Maybe GCC 16 has changed something. Maybe I'm just crazy. Let's try. I'm sorry, what? Accidentally opened the man pages. Come on. I believe in you. Oh, okay. That's not great. That's it's really bright actually. That hurts. Ooh, that hurts. Oh yeah. That's no good. Also, I think I have the wrong color here. Yeah, wrong text here. Print color. Color text. Yeah, that kind of hurt my eyes a little bit. But who knows? Maybe this is like bad. Okay. Okay. So the NAND thing isn't happening, but nothing is being drawn to the screen right now. So that's also bad. Which means our little NAND detection is not working correctly. Our little NAND function is not nanning it out. Okay. I guess instead of relying on the IEEE convention that says that a NAND comparison against itself would only be false. Instead of relying on that, maybe I should actually check at like what bits define a NAND float, and then we can like do a check against that, like have a bit mask for that. Yeah, something like that. It reminds me of my youth. That is why I stayed to watch the time, stumbled upon the stream. It's nice. It's nice taking a blast to the past. I might get a new CRT too. I'm gonna go to a computer festival sometime soon. So maybe I like this one, but maybe we shall get another. Who knows? Did I return to at Cozy Cabin? I don't know. Some things is going very bad, and I'm just trying to figure it out. Right now, we have numbers that are not numbers. That's what NAND means, not a number. And we have a float that isn't a number. And I'm trying to detect if we're dealing with floats that are not numbers. But right now, I'm failing. This guy wants to produce a NAND? Why do you want to produce a NAND? I guess this produces a NAND. That's probably what's causing it. Somewhere in the code, I'm doing like a divide by zero thing, and that's just not happy. No one's happy with that. Yeah, but I'm not trying to produce a NAND. I'm not using Microsoft either, so I can't use their DLLs or whatever functions they may or may not have. Handling NANDs. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Give me the wisdom. That's what I did, though. See, that's the problem. That's what I did. and GNU C, but some compilers might evaluate the test expression as false without properly checking for the nan value. Is to use the isNan function declared in math.h. Oh. I guess I'm rewriting the wheel here, aren't I? That's embarrassing. So I guess instead of using my float isNan, I should just use isNan. And the world is going to be happy with that. Yeah. How foolish of me. How foolish. Just kidding. I'm being lied to. Being lied to. Okay, so this is not. Everyone's a liar. Their pants are on fire. Or, let me check. Maybe I'm doing something stupid. Am I doing something stupid? No, I'm doing reasonable things. Simple, normal things. Human things. And they want me to believe that I am not human. That's what the globalists want. The CIA globalists. Yo, it's negative nan. Does that affect things? Okay, what if we do... Ooh, I don't know. Let's just get rid of the sign bit, dude. Let's just do that. Oh, are we gonna do something fancy today? I think we're gonna do something fancy. Also, are negative nans like... Note that the result is that is merely too big to represent should always produce an infinity, such as with expect. Okay, too big. Okay, so they have infinity thing. That's different. Okay, I'm guessing this has to do with the negative component. So we're gonna switch to using my float is nan, and let me just try something. I'm pretty sure you can do -0 to get the sign bit of a float. So v is going to be equal to like 0, or I guess mask, that's what this is. So produce like a negative sign bit. Or not negative, it should produce a binary value with just one bit. That's set to 1, which is the sign bit. And then v would be like, I don't know. I just want to squash that one to make sure that's always 0. So I guess I want to do a complement on this, which I don't know how to do that in C. I'm assuming it's this or the... I don't know, something like this, I think. And then you can do a bitwise and operation with M and F. And then that should remove the sign, any sign from the float. And okay, let me actually search up how you do the complement. Bitwise complement in C. Bitwise operations. That's for C#. I want C. I'm a C boy. Ah, here we go. C. Okay, what do you have for me here? Binary ones complement operator is unary operator. Okay, perfect. Ones complement. So this should be correct. Okay. So we start with like, if you guys want to know what's going on here, -0
a floating point would be like, okay, first of all, like floats are 32-bit values, which means there's like 32 bits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I have to do double of these. That was my issue. There you go. 32 bits. I'm assuming I did that correctly. Cool. And if you look at like the IEEE standard for defining floats, they'll show you like the 3 components, the mantissa, exponent, and then the sign bit, which is the leading one right here. So -0, I believe, would be producing something like 1 here for the first value and then 0 for everything else, right? There's a reason why people use hexadecimal, but whatever. You get the idea. And we do a complement on it, so that now this becomes 0, and all these other values become 1, etc. And then finally, within this line, we do an AND operator so that, let's say you had a value, let's say that our input value is like some random number of things here, like this, right? Well, if we do an AND against this mask, like, it's going to preserve all the values over here. Is it? Yeah, it is. Because all the values that are 0 here, 0 and 1, they have to be true for it to be 1. So since one of them is 0, it's going to be 0. This pair here is going to produce a 1. This pair here is going to produce a 0. So on and so forth, right? So the AND operator against this mask is going to preserve the original value for all these bits except for our sign bit, which, because we've manually set it to 0, is going to produce a 0. And now we remove the negative component from our float, if it had it, because I didn't want to mutate it. I guess I'm mutating it in some way. Maybe I didn't have to do this. Maybe I could have done like times negative, I don't know, 0. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Anyways, but hopefully this should remove the sign, and then if there's any issues with our NaN, if that was the issue with our NaN comparisons, that should be it. What's going on here? Wrong type argument bitwise complement. What are you talking about? The good people in this forum told me I can do that. Why would you lie to me? Oh, do I have to do like a or complement? They didn't show the complement. It's got to be here somewhere. Okay, it's got to be here, right? That's XOR. Yeah, I should be able to just do that. Dude, why are you wrestling my jimmies, dude? Dude. Why are you being this way, man? Why can a man not just do... Oh, this has to be... No, I should be able to just do bitwise stuff on anything. I'm not crazy. The world wants me to think I'm crazy, but I'm not. To binary.
Do I have to actually, can I not do this directly on a float? Do I have to actually do like a unsigned? And then like cast it directly to that? Why are you being so lame? Okay, so I have to make it an unsigned int. I'm not sure if this is gonna work anymore, but I guess we'll find out. Right, and now float is not, so I have to do, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gravy. This is so dumb. Okay, that compiles, but now I don't trust anything, dude. I think everything's gonna be terrible, dude. It's gonna be terrible. Well, actually, no, it's okay, sec fault, thank you. And it's still showing a negative nan. Okay. Everything has failed me. Everything has failed me. The nan is still negative. This did not fix my problems. And this function comparison did not produce what I wanted to produce. Oh man. Why not use isNaN? Because isNaN is not fixing it. It's not detecting it. When I tried using isNaN, it did not produce the... It's not doing the thing. I feel like I gotta be doing something weird because Stack Overflow and the GNU documentation lying to me, that would be inconceivable, honestly. It's more conceivable that I'm just doing something odd. But yet, isNaN, am I using isNaN correctly? Let's just even go there, dude. Yeah. No, you can just pass the float directly in there. I'm doing a little ternary to be like, hey, it's a NAN, just use 0 for right now, dude. Just send it. Oh man, you could do a UN32 and float union. Yeah, I'm not sure if I want that. Would that be like project wide though? 'Cause I don't think I'd want to do that for a little operation like I'm doing right now. I wonder, like, if I switch compilers right now, like if I do, was it compiler version manager? Oh, I have to install. That takes forever. I'm not gonna do that. Never mind. I think I only have GCC 16 right now, and to install it would take forever. Okay. Yeah, we're doing this whole rigmarole because I was wondering if maybe isNaN is not working because it's a negative NaN. So maybe it's treated differently. But my little bit flips are flipping me off because it's not working. It's not working the way you think it'd work. Yeah. I think, can I like multiply it? No, then now flip non-negative nans said negative. I don't know if there's even a distinction. Maybe all nans are just negative. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think I'm crazy here. don't think I'm crazy. But I'm not seeing anything in the documentation about like it's easier to generate nans and computations. Maybe I should just fix the problem, dude. Maybe that's just the issue here. I should just go into the shader and figure out where the issue is propagating from and just fix it. Yeah, if it's producing from the square root, that's got to be from some of the math functions. 'Cause I don't really use square roots outside of the core math structs. If it's a division thing, that's also probably happening within the light calculation, but the denominators for those are usually always, they're like constant, defined constants. So like, it befuddles me. Standard. Is it within here or is it within, maybe standard lit has the calculate lights? Yeah, where do we have divisions happening? Well, we have it happening here with light counts. Oh. Yeah. This is no bueno. That's probably where it's happening. Well, yeah, it's probably where it's happening. So maybe we don't actually try to silence the nans, and maybe we actually deal with the problems. That might be a little. Also, did I make a? I thought I made like a AVX sped up version of division. Did I not do that? Oh, but I don't. I only want to do it on certain components, not on this one. I don't know. I don't think it's that. Maybe it's worth doing the speed up for that. I don't know. How do I do this? I'm assuming the intention is that if it's 0, this should just be 0 across the board. Hopefully this just solves the issue from the ground level, and hopefully never again do I have to actually worry about catching nans. Otherwise, I'm cooketh.
You can compare that flow value to itself. If it's equal, then it's a number. If it isn't, I tried that JSON. So that was the original implementation, which was like using this flow comparison against itself, and that wasn't caught either. That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like I'm crazy because the two suggestions I tried, like this was the original one, just the original float compared by itself, which Stack Overflow and this doc cooperated, and it failed me. And I feel like it's gotta be something like, maybe it's just a GCC compiler I'm using, or maybe like some flag I'm using that's causing this odd behavior with floats, where now like these methods that are documented for detecting nans are no longer working. It's probably it's either the compiler version or like the compiler flags I'm using. It's got to be one of those two, because the fact like the two methods for detecting that are failing seems very like I have to be the problem. I am the drama. Yeah, strange. It's very strange. That's what I'm talking about. It's very crazy. Usually searching and reading the docs doesn't hurt me like that. Okay, but I'm just hoping. Okay, I spelled light. It would help if I spelled light
counts correctly. Okay. I'm not getting nans. That's good. That means it was happening here. So that's a bingo. To do. This does not work. For some reason. Either GCC or a flag. Shrug. Okay. Very official documentation we have here. We run a tight ship here on this cruise liner. I have malt. Do I have a div? No, I don't have a div here. Interesting. I guess you could always just multiply it. Like you could just get the reciprocal. No, that only works if you're doing it. Yeah, we'll do that later. Let's see here. Well, I'm happy this is gone. Don't have to worry about that for right now. Don't know what was the issue. Still strange to me, but it's okay.
I tried the equality test and it worked for me with Ming W on GCC 16.2. Ming W. I'm assuming on Windows, right? Okay. I don't know. It's odd, strange.
It is quite strange.
I'm kind of glad I stream, cause like all this stuff is documented at least. Like when these things happen, I can at least point to a VOD and be like, "This happened here at 12:30 or whatever." I'm not crazy. There's evidence. Yeah, I'm a Windows box right now. Okay, maybe it's something to do with that. Cause it seems like each platform has their own. I mean, it should behave the same though, based off specifications. Because this is like an IEEE standard as well. That's the thing. It's. But I don't know. Maybe GNU's implementation may not be, maybe different. I don't know. It's just strange. Very build. Okay, and now we actually have color. I'm not sure if I like this color gamut situation here. For dark scenes, it doesn't look good, honestly. But at least the functionality is there. I guess I can use the, now that this is fixed, I can actually do the correct thing that I wanted to do initially, which is just max. G, and then max of this, color B, that's not really producing any better results, honestly. I guess the other thing I could do is average, but yeah. Yeah, I'm using a very limited color. Like, compared to this to what we had originally. And it's like night and day. Like, it's absolutely night and day. Yeah, we need to fix the timing and have proper weighting, but yeah, the nuances here are way different. Way different. I guess I should use a different scaling. Like only have this variation to happen instead of having this be spanning the range of like 0 to 1. Maybe
we only have it span like the bottom range, so 0.5 instead, so that like for the broadly visible things it's largely visible, and then you only start having this be spread across like the darker values. That might be better actually. Yeah, but this has to be like something that's like independent, because I imagine for different projects you'd probably want to use different. You probably want to supply your own color gamut, right, or your Ascii gradient. So I guess I'll leave that separate. I have to figure out something else. Either way, we got this working. Let me start working on the color buffering, so you don't have to actually draw sequentially. We can just draw at once. That's where this whole shenanigans began. Terminal utils, and I'm figuring out how big do I need to make. I guess I could just assume the worst case, but then excess text is going to be rendered as. I need to do a test with this actually. In fact, I might actually just do an isolated test to see if this prints the way I suspect it should print. Because the variation within D is what's weirding me out. Yeah, maybe I'm not going to be able to do the color buffer the way I want to. I at least want to have a foreground buffer for text, I think. So that shaders, because shaders have to be able to write to it, right? That's like the big thing. Is that not only are they able to apply that, but if the shader for some reason wants to use that, I want to allow it to do that. So maybe we go to here. Go to buffer, which has a bunch of stuff I don't even care about. Okay, it was a lot of this stuff existed for Rivendun, but this is not Rivendun. This is a significantly different thing. 1 second. Chronicled in the Cozy Cabin archives, exactly. You don't like. There's so much, even at work. There's so many weird bugs and issues that pop up that just seems to only happen to me, and other people can't reproduce it for whatever reason, and I'm always left feeling like I'm crazy, and I know I'm not crazy. But the thing is, saying that you're not crazy is something a crazy person says. So I say I'm not crazy, and then people think I'm crazy. It's not great. It doesn't work out for me. It's terrible. Yeah, this is the old Rivendun stuff. I'm gonna remove it. I like Rivendun, but I think it's gonna remain as it was. And I'm gonna make this purely just utilitarian for the ASCII engine purposes. Maybe I want to be able to draw primitives like this though. I don't know. This is odd though. I don't know what I'm gonna do there. There's drawing a square. There's a bunch of weird stuff, honestly. Some that's for like organizing text. Right to buffer. Okay, so we have our height, buffer size, our char buffer. Honestly, this remains actually. Where is init? Do we not have an init function anywhere? Are we even using this buffer at all? Okay, first of all, we should probably do like a color. Is there no division equivalent? I'm not sure how practical it is to actually divide by colors. Usually it's like dividing by a constant. But maybe, you know. I'm assuming this is going to be like largely the same implementation. Just replace these bad boys with divisions, and then I'm assuming that this is just div instead of mult. Let's check out the documentation and see if that exists. I'm assuming it should. Yep, it looks like a real operation. Cool. Just making sure that's not spelled wildly different or something. Okay, cool. I'm just gonna assume this works. And then maybe I'd want to have a div value equivalent for the scenarios where I want to be able to divide like by like one constant across everything, which just kind of remains the same except for B, because you actually become set1 PS, and this broadcasts the value across all the bits, all the registers, or all lanes. That's the correct nomenclature. And that just works, and then this just becomes B. We're good there. Assuming this should compile, right? Oh. No, we're not. Oh, because there's a name collision? Yeah. Value. My bad. My bad there, officer compiler. Okay, and I was looking at something else, wasn't I? Right. Where is the color buffer allocated? I have no idea. That's kind of concerning. Kind of feels like losing your kid. I guess. Like in the mall or something. Unlike a kid, though, it's just going to allocate. It's never going to go to the front desk and say, hey, I lost my dad. It's not going to say that. It's going to allocate wherever it is, and it's going to be just hanging out there, happy as can be. Okay, let's look at our functions here. Build texture, shaders, lights, input start, terminal disable, cursor, disable spacing, set display. Okay. That seems like it's being done within the session data, if I'm not mistaken. I'm sorry, where is the session data? Oh, I'm on it, on top of it, okay. C alive? Yep, C's alive. C's living. We see love in C. Yeah, we're the one person on Stack Overflow, visiting Stack Overflow and reading the docs there. Okay, so S display, width, height, color buffer, get index. Okay. Where doth thou allocate thine color buffer? Set display, here we go. Oh, right here. We do a little malloc. Yep, that sounds about right. Is this the order of operations in which I wanted to have happen? Where else is like S color? Oh, it's defined here. Is there utility in like writing to this and then reading from it? Are we even? I think we're doing that. Yeah, we're writing to the color buffer, and then at the very next frame, we actually output the values there. And which means I should probably break this out as well, but if we do a text buffer, like yeah. Or maybe just call it char buffer. And do the same deal here, except it's just going to be the size of a char, which is just one really, so I don't have to actually do that, but we're going to be good boys and just do it that way. Told him you were living. The boys were back in town. The boys were back in town to thrill you. Oh, brother. Also, it's 12. Ooh, 12. It's tomorrow already. Tomorrow's today, right now. Isn't that crazy? Char buffer. Okay. So, allocate this. Do we ever draw from it? I think we should just... Yeah, we should actually. The final result should get the color from there, or get the text from there. The question is, oh, we have those at the free. Do we? I guess we never clear the color buffer, because the ray casts are always going to produce some color, whether it be the clear value or like something it hit. But the text buffer actually needs to be cleared. Unless we also have like the ray casts also produce that, which means they have to produce. They can't just return a color now. They have to also return an Ascii character, which I don't know if I want to do that. Maybe I'm gonna do that actually. So that you can make a shader that just like renders Ascii directly to the top of the screen, and you just have to live with it. And which means I also have to have another. Oh my goodness, dude! Because you could color the text and the background. Is there a way to combine both? Like, out of curiosity, within, because I might just fuse them into one function, if that's the case. Yeah, here we go. Print. Like, oh my god. No, there's gotta be a discrete mode, because this one's 38 and this one's 48. Or I guess you just combine them into one mega. Okay. So you have the text, the car there, and then oh, this is gonna be so odd. If it works though, it's gonna be the most convenient thing ever, because then you have these you're manipulating all these buffers, but then there's only gonna be one final print per frame, which makes things much more in fact, I should just do like background, or even specify BG. Okay. This is going to be beautiful if I can just do this. If not, it's going to be the saddest day. Maybe not in my life. We're not going to hyperbolize to that degree. But it's going to be just a bad day. It's going to be a very sad, unfortunate day. What's going on here? What's going on? I'm writing a Ascii game engine in C. I just did a game jam in it, and we made a game, and I'm happy with it. But now that the game jam's done, I'm coming back to it and actually doing some housekeeping and adding some functionality and making it look better. This is a crazy example of it. There's actually a better video of it, if I can find it. Let's see here. Demo. Or actually, you know what? I think in the Discord from the game, or even the Cozy Cabin Games Discord, I have a demo video there showcasing the functionality of it when I was using a slower way of doing collision tests. I switched to using a BBH structure instead of just linearly searching, which, you know, it's better, but there's also some weird jank that's been produced by that. So yeah, here's a demo of how the lights work. It looks pretty cool. I think I have another video. I thought I had a more better video somewhere. Maybe in the Game Jam Discord I posted it there. I was like, hey guys, I'm doing something dumb. Let me see here. Yeah, this one right here. Except for the fact that it won't load on Discord. Thank you, Discord. Okay, there we go. Yeah, there we go. Complete with some camera movements. Cozy Cabin on stream? On Steam? No, this is not on Steam. But yeah, the Cozy Cabin Discord. It's just Cozy Cabin Games. So yeah, that's what we're working on right now, and just doing some housekeeping to see, and a little bit of R&D, you may even say, to see if we can push the technology of Ascii rendering to the next level. The new frontier of Ascii, guys. GPUs were a mistake, guys. Using just your CPU is where it truly is. And on top of that, why would you want to have like an actual window and stuff? Well, dude, I just want to play GTA 6 in my terminal. That's all I need, without a GPU. That's what the gamers actually want. What does their command look like? Okay, it's the same structure. It's like %D, 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 actually %DM%, and then space, I believe, is what is required of me legally, so that it can appear empty. And then now we're substituting this with BGR, BGG, and BGB. No value. Okay, perfect. So we supplied our RGB foreground colors, background colors, and then the ASCII character we use for the foreground. Beautiful. 2 a.m. here, and I should go to bed. Yeah, you should go to bed, Missy, but hey, thanks for popping in, and hopefully you have a good night, rest well, get your 8 hours, and have a good day at work or school or what have you. Okay, so we're going to see if this mega statement is going to be if it's going to be right. I feel pretty optimistic about it. But we shall see. Okay, so we have this. I could just try testing. In fact, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to call this function from main, and we're going to exit immediately. That's what we're going to do to actually test this. So we do engine init. It should generate buffers. It doesn't really matter because this could be technical. In fact, we could just do this. -1. Okay, and then we do terminal print colored. I need a better name than that. But for whatever, for right now, this is fine. Phi or C, because we love C, and it's gonna be, I don't know, 100, 0, 255. Or actually, just not do that. Let's just do 255 for the foreground, and then for the background, which is gonna make it red. For the background, we're gonna make it be RGB 255 for blue. So either this works like a charm and I'm a genius, or it crashes and burns, fries my CPU, and I'm a bum. I'm a fraud. Actually, it's funny on the Instagram. Some people, it's not very frequently, which I appreciate. But there's a term that people are using nowadays called LARP, and whenever I'm doing stuff on there, post stuff, there's like a few people who are like, "Ah, oh, he's LARPing. What a LARPer." But yeah, if this does not work, I am a LARPer. I'm a fraud. What is going on here? Did I misspell it? Terminal. How does it spelled here? I spelled it correctly. They want me to think I'm crazy, but I'm not. Don't need the shader anymore. Don't need a buffer header file anymore. Don't need the session data anymore. Oh, actually, we're going to be revisiting that, but this should be fine. Okay, so I'm spelling this. Oh, print colored. Whoopsie. Yeah, I need a better name for this. I don't know what to name it. Okay. What is the issue here? Did you mean to mean colored? No. That's not what I meant. Print colored. Yeah, I'm right. I've spelled it correct, precisely the same way. GCC. Okay, 1 second. Did I save the buffer? Did I save the file? Why is everything just called a buffer? Why do we call just a collection of anything just buffers? Why is this the state of, yeah, you're saved. Yeah, you're fine. Declaration or specifiers before, huh? Oh. Wow. Oh, yeah. Yeah, a little premature, aren't I? Actually a LARPer. My bad, guys. This has been smokes and mirrors. It's been fraud, actually. Okay, now it compiles, and then can we run it? Please let me run it. Am I? Okay, no. Are mine eyes deceiving me? No! It's printing this part. No! Oh no! It's not doing the thing I wanted it to do. Okay, what if I do hit him with another one of these 033? What if I do that? A little bit of that action. Yeah, I'm not quite seeing it. It should produce blue text, and I'm not seeing that happen. So what if I were to do this instead? Yes. No. Maybe. These. Yes. Pile. Nope. It's not doing the thing I want to. Okay. That's no bueno. Maybe I'm trying to square a circle. Also, is this... I'm correct, right? Like, text would be... Oh, so this is actually... Oh. So this is a little bit odd. Because this text should be red. And the background is blue. But the background is blue... Or the background is red. Okay, so something is afoot. Something is afoot here. Someone is wrong. Print color background is 48. Okay, so that's a starting point. You should be 48 because you're the background. You're the background. Oh no, sound like Golem for a moment. Yeah, it happens. I'm all about rolling my own, but lib might be a good place to copy some homework from. libtcod. Maybe I'll check it out. At least it's not end curses, which is the thing everyone recommends. We shall see, though. I'll peep it, though. If it's open source, I'll do that. What's going on, Garkin? Oh yeah, Gollum, yeah. Do end square brackets do anything? I don't think so. I don't know. I actually don't know. But you know what? Right now we're in R&D, guys. Yeah, that's right. Look under your chairs. There's a hat under your chair that says R&D. Welcome to the Cozy Cabin Games R&D department, where we're just throwing random characters at this mess until something happens. And either I'm a genius, or we're geniuses, or we're fraudsters. There's no in between. The bracket seems to be added at the end there. I wonder if I need to do the background thing first, and then that. See, this is the scientific method at work here, ladies and gentlemen. $38. We can make this happen. I believe. I believe so freaking hard, dude. Also, I realized that we were using the wrong stuff, weren't we? For this command up here. Okay, so the foreground text is now the correct color. That's a bingo. The words of what's his face from Django? King Schultz or something like that. I don't know. No, that's Inglourious Bastards. That guy. That's a bingo. So if you have nothing here, it's going to produce nothing. So if I were to add a space, The terminating character is appearing here. Don't want that. But the lack of terminating character is producing issues for us. Is it not? Must I do %C and then a space character? Well, that would just append it. See? Like so. That's not what I want. I want them to be one. Two become one. And that's not what's happening here. No, no, no. This is not what is happening. Perchance, if this is the character we're going to be rendering, then perchance we should have these key codes happen up front first. And then, only then, do we actually render the character to our screen. Yes, yes, indubitably. I feel my brain follicles being stimulated by the potential, the possibilities. Okay. That's wrong in fresh new ways. Okay, that's delicious. That's Now the background is red, but okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh, there's no need for space anymore. So that's perchance. That was the issue. No. Okay, I feel like we're getting somewhere though. This feels more in line. Maybe we need to add the starting bracket as well. Nope. Maybe 033. No, we're back to where we're at. Okay, maybe I do need to look at someone else's homework. A Fallout hacking? It kind of is. Same era. Kinda? Not really. It's a little later than the 60s. Yeah, by like 2 decades, honestly. Okay. So we tried this. I'm gonna duplicate it, comment this out, so we can have our documentation of all that we've tried, or most that we tried. Yeah, the issue is trying to force them all into one. Mega. There's probably a syntax for combining these key codes like this, and I'm just not privy to it. That's what's happening. There's a cool club out there somewhere, and I am not privy to it. The cool things that they're doing. Okay, didn't even print it all that time. Okay. Yep, now it's just producing all these things just as literals. Yeah, this is strange. It's not even like a perfect red background color. It's something else. Okay. If I do this, it's gonna be sequential, isn't it? Okay, if this doesn't work, then what I have to do is actually like check the state of the back and front buffers, and then use the correct function to print things out to simulate. No, nope, 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 because even that's going to require independence there. I guess I can override or defer to like the color, the text buffer for the color. So if there's a non-space character, we use the color of that instead. And that might be acceptable. If not, how to set front and background color using ANSI escape code. Someone please help me. Please, I've visited the scrolls from the archives, as you can see based off my click history. This one seems less so my Wait a second. These things remember. They remember settings. Settings persist. Which means I can issue empty print commands that set the background and foreground colors to my desire. And then print a character. Oh, how devilish. Yes. Yes. I have cracked... Maurice, I've cracked the code. Oh, how wonderful. How splendid, even. Well, I need to actually set the correct parameters, don't I? Yeah, that's the thing we need to do. Okay, we could do that, though. Yeah, you go there, you go there. Oh, how beautiful. Computer has memories. Who'd have thunk it? I wouldn't have. Okay, let's actually copy and pasta this. And then finally, we're going to print out our C character. I'm pretty sure I have to actually make a string for this to print out. I can't just print that directly. Okay, so this is either a gigabrain moment or absolute abject failure. Yes. 1 second. I made a little slight miscalculation. That's fine. Which one's foreground again? Print background. 48 is background. Okay. You're gonna be 48. You're 38. Oh, do you see what I see? Do you see what I see? Oh my goodness, that's a bingo! Let's go! Okay. So we get to abuse the fact that computers have memory to get the exact combination that we wanted. Yes! Okay, I'm happy. I'm actually quite happy. Which means that all these other functions are dismissible. We need to have a better name for this function. But whatever. We will deal with refactoring later when everyone knows the best time to refactor is when you have 1,000 different references to the function. That's the most convenient time to refactor. Why would you want to refactor it when no one's using the function yet? Why would you want to do that? Text to the screen with colors defined for the foreground text and the background Oh, beautiful. Oh, joyous day. No, it's behind the chat. What chat? Foreground text background. Your voice? Yes, I have a voice. Rainbows. Yep, we can do all the colors now, dude. We could do at least like 3 colors for sure. Maybe even more. Premature refactoring is the root of all evil or something. Yeah. Well, that's a I haven't watched it yet, but I love watching Casey Murturi, right? He always has great content. But I saw that there's a video from him now called The Root of All Evil. Like, I was driving home from work and I saw this. I was like, oh, that's gonna be good. I'll save that for later. That's gonna be my bedtime watch. The root of all evil.
Let's give.
I'm not watching it right now. But anyways, so I don't want to add to that. So we're just gonna keep printed color incorrect until I decide what it's gonna be called. And yeah, this is gonna be fine. This is fine. This is acceptable. I haven't watched that video yet, but I have it bookmarked too. Let's go. I'm glad to know that you have the same kind of algorithm as me. Oh man, I had a moment with a friend at work today recently. I started describing a very specific niche video that I believe no one else would have seen, and he was like immediately like, I saw that. Oh man, it was amazing. I love it when like you get the nice niche stuff in the algo, and there's someone in real life who actually has their algo similar to yours. Okay, so now we have this whole thing now. We have this whole new way of managing stuff, which is actually kind of very important, which like I should probably document here. Buffers used for rendering final outputs. That's the extent of the document. I need more documentation than that. That's just technical debt, right? I have to describe it at some point, but beyond that, there is something else that, right, I have to change this function signature of like everything now, because our fragment shader is no longer going to have this. Now it's going to be like, oh my goodness, actually, what is this going to produce? What does a fragment shader produce now? Because it's not just color. It can produce... Oh my goodness. Okay. Decisions. Well, they have to produce... Like, if we're going to support the full gamut of possibilities, they have to produce 3 things. A background color, foreground color, and the Ascii character. Ideally, all the raycasts should result. The ray trace should like result in just like a background color, and maybe Ascii of some like, if some shader decides to utilize that for some cool effect or something. But if that's not the case, like, I imagine foreground color is something that's going to be dictated by the UI that's rendered after the world rendering. So we have a rendering pass of, like, world, and then we have a rendering pass of, like, UI. Maybe I'll do more sophisticated stuff as well for the rendering pipeline if I want to add, like, more crazy stuff to it. Like, maybe I want to have, like, screen space shaders or something. Okay, which means that we're not returning a primitive struct anymore. We're now returning like an actual new thing. Which is gonna be like a what? Rate. We already have a rate hit struct. That's like the input. I guess I could do fragment output, but that's like bound specifically for fragments. I'm probably gonna be using it somewhere else as well. Actually, probably not. Frag result. I'm sorry. Why is this not working? Okay, I'm having a moment where I'm feeling like I'm going crazy, because this button is not working in my keyboard. These buttons work, but not this one. So I have to use this like a plebeian. How can I make brackets if my bracket button isn't working? Have I not used been? Are you kidding me? What's going on with my keyboard? Why is the brackets not working? The switch is on, right? Are you kidding? What? Don't you just... I just cleaned you as well. Why are you being weird? The pins aren't bent out of whack. You should be fine. Alright. Oh my goodness. You're not working? None of these... Oh my... What is... What? Wait, what? Okay, yeah, we're good now. We're good. We just had a little reboot. Okay. You have to specify the struct member. Forgot. Color foreground. And then finally a char for, I don't know, text. I'm not sure if I like this name.
What's going on, Kai? Big dog? What's going on, man? Good to see you, dude. Somen Manji. What's going on? How you doing? Write a notepad for testing. I don't have a notepad. Vim is my notepad on this system. Like that's the only option I have here. It's either Vim or die, dude. That's how I live. Hey, Jocelyn, what's going on? It's good to see you again. If you're the same Jocelyn that I recall from previous streams, and good to see you, Zero. He does have a more normal, a slightly more normal one, which is still really odd. What's going on, Leanne? How are you? I'm doing good, man. I used to be on i3, but got bitten by the Wayland hype, using Sway now. Are you planning on switching into the next couple years, or happy with X11? I'm good with X11 for right now. I'm really not too, I don't know, I might try some stuff out, but I don't know. I like simple, bare bones. I'm using Vim, dog. Not even NeoVim. Or I guess it's a NeoVim under the hood. My particular thing. If I were to do, I don't know, Vim, let's actually zoom out a little bit. I think it shows NeoVim. Yeah, it's exit NeoVim. But I'm using essentially just like as Vim. Hey, the same Jocelyn persists. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully everything's been good in my absence. Logan Sings, what's going on? Where'd you learn how to code? Online with Google, and then A bunch of YouTube tutorials. I forgot about that. Do you guys remember this? All right, this might be a sign of age. But do you guys remember going online to YouTube for some kind of tutorial and getting hit with like a Windows Movie Maker MP4 with like the blue screen and some intro text, and then it's just a screen capture of someone's desktop? They don't speak, they just type into Notepad like each step of the tutorial, and then you have like Linkin Park or something playing in the background. Do you guys remember this? It's a very specific like memory I had of like finding Game Maker tutorials back in the day, and like figuring out how to move an object using like GML. Like yeah, that was like most of the ones I saw, dude. Dreamscape 2000, yep, dude, that's the one. Dreamscape 2007, yep. Oh man, yeah, we'll see. I think I keep feeling tempted to just nuke my main rig and switch to Arch or something. And if I'm gonna do that huge nuke, I might as well get something more nice. I don't know. We'll see what happens. There's too much to do though. I need to set up my home server and I need to set up like actual continuous integration for my projects, because now they're starting to get to a point of being, hey, maybe we want things to actually be like consistent and not busted, and have some verification that things build correctly with every update. Yeah, you're getting scared of VimScript? I actually like VimScript quite a bit. I prefer it over Lua. I don't know. I always feel like I have pain with Lua. VimScript, it is what it is, you know? It's straightforward. I like it. I can appreciate that. Of shaders to be set into their appropriate buffers. Now, a question I have is that, like, as far as cache is concerned, right? Would it make more sense to like? No, it probably wouldn't. I don't know. Should I make? If we're gonna create this new struct, does it make sense to have a buffer for each component, like a foreground color buffer, a background color buffer, and like a text color buffer? I think it doesn't. I think I should actually just make one giant buffer with just like this, because when you're doing this, you're gonna be walking down the entire array anyways, right? So at least like everything's coherent within memory. Whereas if I had 3 separate buffers for every single element that we're accessing to write onto the final render, it's going to have to load in buffer A for the background, and then buffer B for the foreground, and then buffer C for the text. And every single element, it's going to have to keep doing that. Whereas, like, if I have one buffer of this type, it would be contiguous in memory, it would be loaded once, and it would be just a walk down that. I kind of want to test this with like looking at the counters, but maybe I just do it the right way the first time. In which case, like, frag result would not be the appropriate term for that. It would be like, I don't know, output buffer element or output element. A single element within the output buffer used for rendering final text, final Sway is just i3 but on Wayland, so you can just take your i3 configs and drop it in. That actually sounds quite nice. Shader output, that would be good. Yeah, because output element feels too general. I guess like shader would be like because not everything. The thing is, not everything written to the buffer would be done through the shader. So like if we have a look at the pipeline, you have like the world rendering, which is basically like objects in the world with shaders that the camera intersects with and produces a color. It produces one of these, right, per pixel. And then afterwards there'd be like UI render and or I guess like post world rendering, or I guess even like screen space rendering, let's say that. Which may be things like screen space shaders, which I might do. Post-process. I guess like post-process effects is screen space shaders. And things like UI. That's essentially the two things here. So I guess maybe shader output would be the correct term here. Because like the only other thing would be UI or arbitrary drawings onto the screen for like gizmos. I guess that's another thing, like gizmos for debugging and stuff like that, but that's not. I don't know. I guess screen output might be a better. Sticking with the trend of S. Yeah, that might be it. This might be it actually. No, but screen output, like, screen element? Or I guess pixel. Are we just gonna end, just gonna be just pixel? Which is dumb because it's not really a pixel. It's like a packed pixel. It's like stuff. As well, after your explanation, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, pixel feels too ambiguous. Screen element is like where I'm at with this thought process. As far as naming things, it really is, dude. It really is. I wish I could just be like full. You guys know Ghidra and how like it just generates arbitrary names for everything. You guys know what I'm talking about? I mean, I'm pretty sure you guys know what I'm talking about. I don't know if I could spell it right. I'm trying to see some raw. Yeah, look at this. Ah, that's the bright, first of all. Okay, here we go. Why can't we just do this, dude? Actually, no, this actually has names on it. There's more cursed outputs. Why can't we just have, like, Ghidra's the goat? Yeah. I'd like to get into reverse engineering one day, but there's already too much to do. I'm too busy writing bad software to try and reverse other software. Okay, everyone in attendance here, it has been decided we are using screen element. That is the decision we've come to today. What is the IDE and color scheme? It looks good. I'm using just Vim, no IDE, and my color scheme is on Codeberg, if you would like to use it. I call it rustic leather. That is my terminology. Hey, that's pretty cool. Oh, that's from the pull request. It's my first ever one on Codeberg. It's called, I think I have a folder called terminal themes here. Please tell me I actually have my i3 configs, I have my PyCom. Have I not published my terminal themes onto here? I'm sorry, my friend. Let me do that real quick. This is unacceptable.
Unacceptable. Dirty, dirty Microsoft shan't have my terminal themes for much longer. No siree. I shan't allow this to happen. We must rectify this. New repository. Terminal theme. I think I can add, I already have it locally as a repo, if I'm not mistaken. Nope, not private. Create repository. We'll just do it this way. Or maybe this way? I don't know. Whatever. Already exists and it's not an empty directory. Okay. CD terminal themes. Yeah, my rustic leather is there. The git's in there. Git add remote berg. And then what? I don't remember my commands for git. We're just gonna hope that I actually type it in correctly. Okay, I'm doing things wrong. It's remote add, I think. Push berg. Okay. And beautiful. Now you have it there. So, if you would like to have my terminal theme, by all means, feel free to clone it from this repository. It is yours. For free. The reverse engineering tool, yep. Keyjar on Windows is cursed because var names aren't exposed by default using MSVC, I think. If you compile a shared lib in Linux, all functions and var names are exposed by default. Oh, interesting. The only reason I haven't switched to Codeberg is because of my dependencies on self-hosted GitHub action runners. Tragic. We joke at work of like, dude, we should just move our automation to GitHub Actions so that when things go down, when GitHub go down, everything goes down and we just have a nice free day. And it's not a bug, it's actually just a surprise automation of increasing our morale by having half the day off. I use TeamCity. Like that's the thing, big thing I've used in the past for automations. It's actually really easy to set up. It's free. It's by JetBrains, so it's actually pretty good quality. I love TeamCity. That's actually, I'm gonna set up a server in my home sometime soon, so I can set up a CI for my personal projects, or for these projects like this one, so that if anyone wants to contribute to the cozy Ascii engine or something, we have stuff like set up like that. Or I at least, don't create regressions, and that for future games I start working with is on. You can test it out. I can also make sure that I can have my current games I'm working on. I can set up like canary channels to the Discord where like certain people with a certain tag in the Discord will just have releases like dumped weekly, and they can just test on those builds. That'd be cool. But yeah, that pain of transitioning from actions to anything else is like a lot though, so. Yeah, GitHub is done as a new compiling, yeah. It's every week, man. Every week it's something that's down. It's terrible. But also it's great. It's great for business. Or maybe not great for business. It's great for my mental health. Because we get to twiddle our thumbs. Okay, maybe not. We just work remotely and we say, to heck with CI. Just merge it straight to master, buddy. Come on, pal. Just merge to master, man. Passing tests is for cowards. It's for the weak. With GitHub Actions, they won't work with Codeberg. Tragic. Maybe I should do something for Codeberg. There's some ideas I've had. Like, I want to recreate GitHub CLI with Codeberg. Berg had one, but then the maintainer abandoned it or archived it. So I was like, maybe we should do that, rewrite it in C. They wrote it in Rust initially. We're gonna do the what was it? We're gonna deoxidize it. Write it in C so everyone has a billion different vulnerabilities on it. It'll be great. I can't wait for all my games I write with this engine to be flagged as malware, because it actually is malware. Or at least provides, it has like 10 CVEs it's a bonus, man. It's just a tree I threw in for free. Okay, we changed this function signature of this. That's gonna be great. Everyone's gonna be very happy about that. I can't wait for GCC to complain about that. Where is our buffers? Yeah, we're gonna get rid of this. Now it's just gonna be and screen buffer. And now it's just buffer. Nice. And then we just allocate things correctly. Okay, we malloc it, size, width, and height. Beautiful. Let's see what the compiler has to say about it. Hey GCC, what do you think about my changes? Oh. Okay. Someone's not happy. Alright. But that's not really a surprise. Let's just go through all of these. I should really do something about this. So I can, like, maybe throw into another file or something. I don't know. Jason speaks to test and prod. Yeah, dude, just send it, man. Just send it, man. Oh, man. Hey, look. It wasn't a bug. We were just doing regression testing with the end users. They're not, first of all, stop saying the users are complaining. They're not users, okay? They're forward deployed quality engineers who just so happen to be the end users. All right? Stop acting like they're the victims. Oh, boo-hoo. Your heart pacer machine broke and stopped and caused you to have a heart attack and be hospitalized just because the JavaScript I wrote that's running on your embedded pacemaker broke. Boo friggin' who, okay? That's not gonna stop me from pushing the prod on Friday night. Cry me a river, okay? You think it's hard having a pacemaker in your heart? Try being a software developer, man. Try writing embedded JavaScript. Oh man, ultra high performance JavaScript. Oh man, are you a fan of Memory Arena's bump allocators for GameDev? I mean, I do stuff like that. I'm kind of doing it for here too. I do it for different reasons. I know people do it for like memory safety stuff. I just like having all my memory be aligned nice and coherently in memory. And the fact that there's like discrete bounds for everything is a nice plus on top of it. It can create weird issues though. I don't think I've actually strictly implemented a proper arena though, but something kind of like it. I know for the shader uniforms, I've kind of created a slab allocator where like each shader material is like a block of memory. They're continuous. It's like an array of like a block of memory where the type is different and might occupy that memory to different lengths and sizes, but the block is determined based off the biggest struct that could occupy that which in this case for shader uniform is not varying that much, not drastically. So like it's fine. Or for like not shader uniforms, for the light data, the data that defines light sources, it's like that. Yeah, they're cool. Honestly, like if I want to have peak safety, I should just write a general arena for my application that requests like 16 gigabytes of memory from the user. Like I search up how much RAM they have, and I just I request that amount. I just malloc it, and then I'm free to deal with memory how I want to. There's no fears of seg faulting from accessing invalid memory when all memory is valid memory. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's the future that big tech does not want you to live. This is such stupid background like documentation, but I guess it's worth the background color drawn to screen is behind text. Color used for the text, which appear in front of the background. Rendered on top of the background. Why not? You just want your memory to be cozy. That's beautiful, Liam. It's gonna be called a cozy allocator. What will this struct have? It'll have 3 things: color, 2 colors, and text, and a character. Just make sure the check clears, boss. Yep. OS sometimes tells me I can't request that much memory, though. That's lame. Have you tried having the application open up a browser and go straight to like download more RAM for the machine, so that you can request the adequate amount, the reasonable amount of memory? Like whenever that error happens, just have it go directly to like. Actually, don't even go straight to this website. Instead, you should do this. All right, first of all, download more RAM. Yeah, downloadmoreram.com. A very reputable website, guys. Clearly, very reputable. Actually, it's different than the one I'm used to. I'm sorry, did that one actually try to did it actually try to get cookies from me or something? Alright, you're gonna do this, and you're gonna go to, let me Google that for you. I'm sorry, Kagi, this is for the meme. You're gonna type this in. Beautiful. And then, I can't read this text at all. What do you say? Copy URL. And then when your application goes to allocate that memory and it says, that's too much memory, dog, you're just gonna have their system open up this. And that's all that's gonna happen. That's all that's gonna happen. What? Okay, I don't even know what's happening here. There we go. Downloadmoreram.com. Easy, guys. Don't like the hardware requirements you're dealing with? Just download more hardware, dude. Simple. Easy. That's all you need, man. What am I doing here? Okay, so we've changed that. We've documented it sufficiently. Let's actually go into the shaders now and actually make it compilable now. It's very sad. We have to make shaders actually compile. Very unfortunate. Who would have thought? We'll just go down the list, I suppose. So now you have to return screen element. I guess we're gonna have to. I should make a default function for this, where like there's no foreground or text. It's just like a world, a background.
AI powered RAM. RAM as a service.
Oh, dude. Yeah, dude. RAM as a service, man. Yeah. It's very tragic, but in these times, you gotta rent RAM from somewhere else. Actually, let's see. Download more RAM. What other sites pop up? I actually have to be careful, dude. Like, I know it's a meme, but then somewhere, some way, like there's gonna be an actual malicious website for the 2% of people who actually go there. How to increase RAM on a PC? No, that's actually a wiki how. Oh man. Tragic. I didn't even look at that website that deeply. Number one trusted source for downloadable memory. Not upgraded with AI, blockchain, and quantum entanglement. Oh, dude, look at that. Look at the users there, man. The cursors, they have like a reticle. Like you're sniping RAM. Terabytes infinite. Raw delivered. Uptime. RAM uptime of 99.94%. Yeah, it's better than GitHub, guys. That's better than GitHub already. Zero latency. AI powered RAM. Select your RAM. You guys want 8 gigabytes, or do you want to have like 32 gigs? Well, now I want 32 gigs, dude. You're downloading the RAM, man. Let's go. Oh yeah, there you guys. We just got all the RAM right now, dude. We just installed it successfully. So much RAM. I don't know why people are complaining about RAM nowadays when we have beautiful set websites like this. For free, I know, right? I think they just quantum entangled some RAM for me. See, this RAM is not imaginary. It just exists in a quantum state of both existing and not existing. Right now, if I don't look under my desk, there is at least 128 gigs of RAM right there. 128 gigs of RAM, guys. The issue is if I try looking, or if I try allocating it to use it, then we collapse the quantum state. But right now, as we are, I exist in a state of having an extra 32 gigabytes of RAM. And also not. We shall see. Yeah, this can get gnarly pretty quick. I should probably deal with this. Oh man. Gosh, dude. Someone tell Sam Altman to just go to that website. I think all of our problems would be solved. I guess it doesn't matter here. C4. I don't know. And then just space, I think should suffice. Actually, did I even do that for colors? Let me check. Engine, math, color. Okay, we're good. Oh, are we good? First of all, I don't like these. I should make them just defines instead of like actual functions, but with if, oh my goodness, did I really just C4 black? There we go. I mean, it's probably going to produce more issues, but we are already in refactor land right now. We're in pain. This is just how things are going to be for right now. So we're just going to deal with it, man. It borrows RAM you aren't using in the future to power the present. That's a good one. I remember a time when RAM doubler and soft RAM were a thing. Oh my goodness. Would you rather 8 gigabytes invisible RAM or double it and pass it to the next person? I would multiply it by -2 and give it to the next person. Just destroy that RAM. Oh man. I just want to pay money so people out in the world get their RAM sticks taken away. Like, it's not even for me to use it, it's just so RAM becomes even more rare. Oh man. What am I doing? Right. Yes, I was doing something. Screen element. That's what I was doing, right? Yeah, that feels right to me. Yep. And you're gonna produce this is a mouthful. Is that what I called it? I don't even remember the function I just named right now. If I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I'm a little... The whole RAM thing has just kind of shocked my brain a little bit. Object hit. No, I like world hit better. I don't know how to describe this functionality. I guess there's an object hit, actually. This is the simplest way I can describe it. It's like an object hits you. Yeah. Oh man, yeah, I read that. I still like the idea of like payday loans for your own RAM. I'm borrowing RAM that I'm not going to use later. Or that I would have used later. Imagine having going to RAM debt. I guess you can. I guess you could just take payday loans and just use it for RAM. Then that's just regular debt. I want to have a specific type of debt that's exclusive only to RAM. Alright. Sprite unlit, sprite lit. I should really abbreviate this, but we'll live with a verbose function call. It's fine. Okay, that's like 2 shaders down. Just a few more to go, I think. 2 more to go. Shaders. Did I do sprite lit? Are you open anywhere else? No, I already did you. Okay. Did I... Yep, I did you. Okay, so I guess we're going to the normal ones then. To you. Okay. And what do we do now? We do... What? No, you're supposed to remain color, actually. And you are supposed to be screen element. Okay. And then we just keep function calls within function calls. Screen element object hit. Beautiful. I had to do a personality test at work today, or actually go over the results of a personality test. And my bottom result was harmony. A very disharmonious person, it would seem. It's actually funny, cause like for each strength, they also describe like something called a weakness for it. So instead of reading my strengths, I'll just read like the weakness part. And it's like, all right, yep, bum, yep, phony, yep. Oh man, RAM just replaces money, and I'm stuck at a 9 to 5. That's tragic. They should just pay you in RAM sticks, dude. CBDCs. What's CBDCs? Imagine trying to get bread, and you have to like hand over RAM sticks to get actual breadsticks. What poetry that is. Yeah, that's right. Someone quick, use as a metaphor in your dystopian novel. Or maybe utopia. Maybe that's the society we want to live in, where everyone is knows what RAM sticks are and are trading them. Okay. This is fine. This is fine. I think I was demoing some stuff here, but it's no longer required. Screen element object hit. Put all the sticks in the bag. Just go full Point Break. That'd be hilarious. That's the future we're edging towards, too, man. Every single dystopian you see depicted in the media, it's just becoming true, man. Little by little, it's becoming true. Which means that someone needs to do a hit movie or something that depicts using RAM sticks as currency, and just watch. In a few years, they'll become a reality, dude. Okay, GCC. How bad am I doing? Still very bad. Session data. What's going on with session data? 59. Line 59. Okay. No. That's a simple fix. Our problems persist though. Yeah, because color buffer is no longer a thing. 157. Yeah, now you're just screen buffer. Okay. I'm sorry, what? Wait, what did I just modify? Oh. Just kidding, I thought I did a thing, but I apparently didn't. S underscore shaders, 157. Someone's unhappy with their life. Why are we unhappy? But int was expected. Where? Standard unlit 32. Yeah, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? That is the correct element. Scream. Oh. Whoopsie. I can't spell real good. Okay. Session data 242. Why are we incorrect? Color results. Incorrect type.
Maybe for the raycast stuff, I should have kept things returning colors. No, we're not doing that. You leave the tellers and vault alone and just start assembling the workstations. GTA 7 right there, yeah. Yeah, you tell them to unlock the safe so they're busy, and while they're doing that, you go for the real gold. The Pentium dual core IBM machines you got going on there. Every crumb of kilobytes matter. you just take a bunch of like small like couple megs of memory RAM sticks, but then you just glue them together. You just have like a tower of just low tier RAM sticks jutting out of your machine. It's like orc logic. Like if you believe it works, it will work. You're just duct taping them together and somehow it's working. Oh man. Or for this, because ultimately you are returning raycast. This is raycast linear, which isn't actually getting compiled, I think. But I still think it's being checked before we do. Okay, yeah. So this has to be cached then. That is my understanding. Which means that for this color, we actually don't have to worry. In fact, it could remain a color 4, because all we're actually looking for is ooh, that means I have to change the discard statement as well. Okay, that's fine though. Yeah, this has to it requires bg.a, the alpha for the color result. And then let's see if I can find it here. Within engine, I do believe shaders. This discard statement is no longer correct. We instead must return an empty discard or screen element. Which, I guess if you want to guarantee it's initialized correctly, it'd be like what color C4. Do I have a 0? I actually don't know if black and 0 are the same thing. Yeah, no. Black has opacity, which means I should define a 0. That would probably be good. I'm sorry.
I'm pretty sure I'm copying. And that just makes this 0. I like that I can do this syntax. Makes me feel cool. I get away with it. Okay, and now, yeah, C40 is now a valid thing we can call. And we have to call it a couple times as well. And then a space, that's another thing we have to specify as well. That space is default. Yeah. Okay. So beyond this, tell me, what else am I doing wrong? Hey, it's not overflowing to the next screen. Isn't that delightful? Parameter A, oh right, because it's lowercase. I wrote that, I decided that. I should know that. Okay, and then no. We still have this pesky issue here of shaders. S shaders. Test results. This. It's not happy with S shaders. Invalid initializer 242. See, that's what I'm not understanding. Oh. Was I calling a function for this? What was this doing originally? GameDev. This should be within screen element. Must be within session data. Where is it? There it is. Right, it's accessing the fragment function from there and invoking it directly. So I didn't change much. But shader data. So we're calling this function. It's returning a screen element result. And then I'm trying to access that directly here. But maybe it's not happy about that. And instead I actually have to capture each one directly. Instead. Which may very well be the case. Which is lame, but I understand it. I mean, it's actually kind of weird. C should just allow, like, I would assume they would allow that, but I guess not. I guess you have to actually explicitly get the object. I mean, we're gonna find out right now to see what kind of language we're dealing with here. Okay. Oh, okay, let's fix this. Invalid initializer. Okay, same deal here though. Yep, even with the struct prepend, it's still being weird about it. So it's not happy with initializer. It's actually not, it's not unhappy with this. It's unhappy with this. This is a value type return, so I shouldn't have to use the arrow operator to like access and dereference things. That's not correct. This should be acceptable. Invalid initializer. Your mother is invalid initializer. That's why you turned out the way you did. But no, why is this not? Right. BG. Yes. Okay. Which means I could theoretically just change it the way I initially did. I was being a little too premature. It's okay. 386. And BG. Okay, that goes away. 483 in what class? Session data 483. Yeah, this no longer becomes. This becomes. There's different behavior. There's ambiguity with this behavior. Okay, this is weird. Proficient at what? Like Vim or C or? I wouldn't say I'm proficient at C. I feel like, I don't know. Maybe I am. I don't know. Actually, I don't know. Screen buffer. I think I know enough to do stuff in C. I don't know enough to write hardened software that's not going to create CVEs and vulnerabilities for people's machines. But I've been coding in C for like dedicatedly, I think for about a couple months now. I've been enjoying it. In a weird way, it's simpler than other languages. I mean, it's not weird. It's actually very much a very simple, bare-bones language, which is what I like about it. Screen buffer index. So if we miss stuff, we're just gonna render things. Like this. What am I doing? Okay, cool. Okay. 494. You're unhappy. Still unhappy. 499. Oh, this is the issue. Screen buffer. Build it. 499 is still unhappy. Why are we unhappy? What is the product of results? Who are you working for? What's going on here? Coding in general? Coding in general, I don't know. I think when I started working professionally, I started getting on the journey of coding good, proficiently. Which is kind of wild to say, because like to get a job you have to like be proficient. That's the idea, but like my first big boy real job, I wasn't really proficient. Actually, all my technical jobs I was underqualified. But you know, if you have a positive attitude and really take learning seriously, and spend a lot of time out of work just practicing what you're doing on personal projects and whatnot, and you know, have mentors, like you can grow like crazy. But yeah, that's where I started learning a lot. It was my first job.
C is simple because it was meant to be a portable, higher level version of assembly. Yeah, and that's what I like about it. It's simple. Especially like if you do it in a certain way. I have ideas of what I would want C to be. But I don't know. It's nice though. The possibilities are limited. Also, what's going on, Super Shadow? What game are you working on? I'm working on an engine. I have this Ascii rendering engine, and I used it for a game jam recently. Here's the game actually in action. This is rendered all within your terminal. Like this is characters, texts. And I used this at a game jam, and it wasn't a train wreck. And now that the game jam's over, I can actually start working on making it better. So, yeah, right now we're just doing some housekeeping on getting this, getting the engine to be a more robust piece of software, document it so that the next person who works with me at a game jam will actually have resources for how to use this quote-unquote engine. Really, it's like a framework right now, but maybe we'll do something more with it soon. But yeah, it's a whole thing. So yeah, we're making it a little bit better, doing some housekeeping and making it much more flexible for certain things I want to do in the future. Dude, I almost feel like rewriting Fight and Flight for this ASCII terminal engine. The Parmesan will be proud of you. Well, I'll be happy with that. With the Primogen's pride. Oh man. But yeah, the previous point, yeah, I guess when I got my first, really it's not even about getting my first job or anything, it's just being surrounded by really smart people. Like I started accelerating my growth at programming by like working with people who are really smart and knew way more than me, and just like being drip fed knowledge about things that I had no idea about, but would later go home and like research it and then try applying it and be way more comfortable and versed in it. What am I doing? Oh, right, I'm trying to get this compiled, aren't I? And this is within engine.h. Incompatible results from color 4, right? Because color result is a color 4 value. But really, you need to be a screen element. There we go. There we go. Now finally, on clear buffer within engine, there's got to be more compiler errors. This is like, I know for a fact there's more. I think the GCC is only at that point. Line 66. Right. Yeah, no longer color buffer. And then we have to actually pass things correctly, which is not that crazy. I'm actually in the process of trying to make my own game. Just got accepted into UAT in Arizona. Cool. Yeah, I saw their game design program a long time ago. So it's cool to see programmers in the wild. Yeah, man. And you can be a programmer as well, dude. Are you reeling a CRT monitor? Yeah, I am, dude. Complete with green mode. Different parameters I can tweak to make it brighter. Oh, I'm messing up the color. No, that's the wrong one. I got the colors just right. I don't want to mess it up. Brightness, woo.
Also, this is a real light bulb as well. It's not AI or anything, dude. It's a real deal light bulb. So that when my hands get cold, I can just... And now it's gonna be swinging. Yeah, let me make it brighter. It's a little too dark for me right now. But yeah, it's a real deal, man. It's a real deal. So no longer have to worry about doing this. I can just... We're not gonna do any of these actually. Because now we're gonna use our new terminal color. Terminal, print, color. I think that's like literally all there is to it. And I think we have to return element dot text, element dot for. I should really, okay. I need to do something here. Like we can do this and it's gonna be fine. I mean it's not, but it's gonna be whatever. To do it sequentially like this. I really kind of want to vectorize that a little bit. I feel like there's room for it here. Nothing crazy, but there's room for it. That way we're not doing, because we have to do all this, and then we're gonna have to do like times 255, and like this is a high iteration thing. So like I feel we can totally not have these operations. They're putting light bulbs in the. They're putting AI in the light bulbs now. No, Cornelius. Yeah, green mode helps for readability. How does your usual daily routine look like? Is there any more than programming in there in my life? Yeah, I mean, like I do my day job. I do coding there. I get out. In the evenings, I usually hang out with my nieces or my sister or my mom or something when they come over. Our mom's here, but like my family comes over, and after we hang out with them, I don't know. There's a bunch of different things. Maybe I'll go out somewhere to the gym or something. Maybe I'll just chill and watch some episodes of Columbo because I love watching Columbo. That's my new thing. There's so many, I don't know, man. I like doing woodworking. That's a big thing for me too. Yeah, there's a lot going on, dude. I think we can escape this part, but like, there's a way to condense these operations. In fact, I could probably, like, if I had these aligned, if we're doing like 256, we can do it all in one shot. If we're doing 128 or 128, which is like SSE and stuff, it would be 2 shots, which is still better than 8 total, I think. Am I doing my math wrong? Yeah, I think that's correct. So which means I would want to have like, do I have like a float, a contiguous like, because ultimately it has to be interpreted as ints, right? I don't know. Well, I can always do like, I can always do this. This is technically violating what I've defined for color forwards, but whatever. We're in the realm of like violating this. And I guess we're not even going to do actual AVX at this point, because then like the C result is going to be wrapped within that. I guess I wanted to do like an actual int cast there, and then that'll be a different thing, but for just doing the operation, this would actually be fine. So it'd be C mult value or val, and it'd be like element .bg, and then 255 broadcast, and then the same thing here, which we don't have to worry about AVX then if we're doing this route.
TV Psych? Nah, I haven't seen Psych. I have to give it a check out. I like like 70s and 80s media. But I dig. I've been seeing Psych pop up in my news feed because I think they know I'm into what is it? Detective shows. I have a newborn child and I didn't open the laptop in several weeks now. Oh my goodness. That sounds quite nice, actually. I'll give it a try, though. Once I finish through my current marathon of Columbo. C, BG, this be FG. Because at least then this is all like one operation. Then I can get rid of like all this multiplication. And then this just becomes like that becomes that. CBG results. That becomes that. And then we're good to go. See? It's actually kind of nice, like, wrapping these functions within AVX. So I don't have to worry about it there. It's all handled within, like, the underlying functions, which is pretty cool. That we don't have, like, intrinsics populating the entire engine. But I think we're gonna have to do that at some point if I really want to like squeeze performance out of this. Right now I'm not really doing it. Like I'm doing it in basic math primitives, but I'm not doing it in like a significant way for like ray tracing and whatnot. I don't know, we shall see. Where's color? Alright, I specified mult value. Did I do that? There's div value, and there's div. There's mult. I didn't implement a mult value. Okay, let's implement that. That's gonna be simple. Mult value. Y'all ever heard of this AVX business I'm talking about? It's very fun. You should guys take a look into it. It's actually not that crazy. That's all she wrote. Then, bam. Okay, and that should be all there is to it. I think I might even I'm surprised I haven't done this for all of these actually. In fact, did I not do it for any of these constants? I really should. Honestly, these should just become defines at this point instead of like actual function calls. We will do that later though. Let's see here. Deep Space Nine is pretty good. Okay. I'll give that a peep. Speaking of Columbos, my 70s detective shows are on, so I'm gonna take off. Best of luck and have a good night, folks. Yeah, take care, Jason. Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it, man. Hope you have a good one, dude. I understand none of this, but I'm interested. Yeah, SimD is fun. Yeah. So there's if you could overload operators, if only. Yeah, you know you're writing C. Yeah, you see me. I'm exposed. You know. Yeah. So this whole thing of like AVX is kind of it's pretty cool, and I'm only like in the intro. Like I'm just taking sips of it here and there, right? I haven't done any of the cool gnarly like vectorization stuff. But essentially, right, is SIMD. SIMD stands for single instruction, multiple data. So if you look at this function here, you'll see there's kind of two blocks. There's one that says if def avx, and the other one is just else. So this function is multiplying the contents of one color by another color, A times B. And normally you'd probably think about it this way. I'm gonna multiply the red channel from A and multiply it by the red channel of B. You know, R times R, A times B, and then the green channel times green channel, blue times blue, alpha times alpha, etc. You get the idea, right? And you can think about this as doing like 4 discrete operations. Now the cool thing is that your computer actually has a bunch of instructions that are available for use. And it might be very different. It might vary depending on like the age of your machine and whatnot. But there's some very common ones that have been used for most computers for the past like 10 years, which is like AVX, something called AVX. In the past, the AVX2 is the common one, right? But this idea is like popularized within something called AVX, which is advanced vector instructions or something like that. I can't remember what it is. Advanced vector extensions. And basically, instead of doing these 4 operations, you can multiply 4 data at once, 4 elements at once, or even more. So right now I'm using one that's a register size of 128 bits, which fits like 4 32-bit floats. But if you're using, for example, like AVX2, you can actually do 8 elements. And if you're doing 512, it goes up to 16. I believe that's how the math works out. And the cool thing is that for the price of 1 instruction, oh, you have to check the latency and everything, right? But like within a single operation, you just multiplied 4 elements at once. For most people it might seem trivial, but if you're doing these operations frequently, all the time, consecutively over a large set of data, the value is immense. And it can produce crazy amounts of speed ups. And you can start, and in this case it's a very simple example, right? We're just taking an operation that you do all the time or very frequently and just vectorizing it, right? It's nothing that crazy. But if you want to leverage it, you can actually structure your code in a way where it makes the most usage of it to maximize the amount of elements you're operating over. Right now, this machine's like supports at least AVX2, right? Which means I can support the 256-bit version of it. If I had things structured in a certain way, maybe I could be doing 8 elements at once instead of just 4, right? There's whole schemes around this type of idea. That's kind of one of the principles of data orientation. It's not specifically for this, but this aligns very nicely with it. That's also why you start seeing the emergence of things like structures of arrays, SOA, emerge, or even other interesting odd variations like AOSOA, array of structures of arrays, where you start seeing things align so it's very easy to load these things into registers. It's a very cool and powerful thing. It's a little gnarly to deal with, but like it's not actually that crazy. I mean, this instruction alone is very simple to think about, right? You see _mm, that means you're dealing with 128 bits, right? The next mul, you're multiplying. And then what are you multiplying? In this case, PS, single precision. Why is it backwards? I don't know. That's the way I memorize it, right? The PS is just single precision, right? Then there's PD for double precision, and you get the idea. And this stuff is interesting. There is like documentation, like there's an Intel thing for intrinsics. This whole thing, this is outlining the specific instructions that your CPU has, but or AVX instruction your computer has, but you can use something called intrinsics, this imtrim.h, to have access to these functions that, you know, essentially wrap it just for C or C++. Depending on your generation, you also might have to use a different one. And this is all specific to x86 architecture. So like if you look at have you ever wondered what that means at x86? It's a specific instruction set. There's things that kind of exist like this for other ones. So like for ARM, I believe there's Neon, and that's a whole other rabbit hole. But this is even with just this, there's a lot of power to be had, and it's pretty fun. Are you supporting Ascii or just AVX? I think I'm just doing AVX. I don't know. You think what he's doing is confusing about the keyboard speed? I'm still typing at peak type pecking at best. It just comes with time, man. I grind like some monkey type for a hot minute. Shortcuts he's doing the majority of the time. I'm using Vim Super Shadow. So Vim is what allows me to actually navigate the way I am, to select things, to go from terminal to terminal. It makes it very easy to navigate your code base without having to use your mouse. From Ascii. What's a Creo has awesome series about SIMD programming on YouTube. I should check it out, honestly. I'm still getting into it. And there's like other considerations too, right? Like if you look at this site and you look up like a, you know, an instruction or something, I don't know. Am I typing it wrong? Oh, I'm sorry. 256. MM is for 128. Let's pull up an instruction. Am I really? MM, there we go. Yeah, there's additional things like latency and throughput that you consider as well that kind of changes how what you're getting. There's also odd things like there's some instructions that don't actually exist but are emulated. And sometimes it's actually better, like the emulated version is actually more efficient than the actual original instruction, which is kind of crazy. And you see like the different architectures here too, which have different latencies on them, which may also be a factor depending on what you're doing. It's pretty rad. I mean, like I said, I'm still kind of like, I feel like a baby. All right, baby started vectorizing, and I want to start juicing this more because I feel like there's much more I can do. I just need to actually, I have the liberty of being able to structure the underlying engine however I like to. So I could go super into it and like, you know, take advantage of it, especially like since we're doing software rendered. So like I should be relying on this to squeeze maximum perf out of it, to turn your CPU into a GPU. Yeah, 2 underlines, yeah. Well, the type is like 2 underlines and the function is like 1 underline. I always mess it up. And it's like 2 M's for the function as well. Whereas like it's always gonna be like a discrepancy of 2 characters. The type of the register is like double underscore and then M, and then the function is like a single underscore and then 2 M's. It's a whole thing, dude. Wait until you inline VGF2P affine. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna Google this, dude. I'm gonna see what you're even talking. I've seen it pop up, but I haven't actually like, or at least something that looks like that at least. Not the same thing. I'll give him a look because that's hard. Yeah, it's sick. Even if you have an IDE that you like I don't know, Visual Studio or Visual Studio Code or something like that, or Writer. There's something called Vim Motions you can install, like IDEA Vim, that gives you the same feel. My BSc thesis, SIMD intrinsics, where I compared the performance of these. Interesting. Are not portable without a crap load of if statements. Have you ever used a higher level libs which wrap SIMD? Yeah, I've used things like MathFoo and whatnot for like MathFoo wraps all this intrinsics business for different platforms, so I don't have to worry about it. I'm having fun just manually hand rolling it myself, both for learning, but also like I've seen some crazy stuff with it. They can use if you say, hey, my program is gonna like target this particular machine or this architecture. With that assumption, let's just do something crazy. I don't know, we'll see. I'm trying to get better. I need to do some more stuff with this because there's a whole like there's so much you can do with it. And I'm just getting into the mind of thinking of it that way. But yeah, I'm not excited for dealing with that. Like even within this whole, x86 business, there's, like you mentioned, there's like several different versions and generations. Like even on the Intel site, like you have AVX 512, 256 or 2, and then you have SSE, and then other stuff beyond that. Yeah, so I think if I'm going to do this right, I actually have to like do additional checks for like for that if I want to support it, so I can actually substitute the actual thing. I understand why people use make and stuff like that. I'm still refusing to do it. I'm still just going to have my own build script, but I understand why people have done the things that they've done and why these things exist. Oh, brother. Does this compile yet? No, there's more issues. 70. Line 70. You're unhappy with me. Why are you unhappy with me? Oh, because you're supposed to be value. Okay. Wait, what am I doing? You're color 4. And that's all you'll ever be. Nothing more, nothing less. I gotta say, dude, like, this game jam has kind of broken something in me. Because I'm having so much fun working on this. And, like, it's just in my own territory. It's, like, becoming painful for me to even think about going back to the Unity game project and finishing that game. So, like, I'm in my happy place. I'm in C. I'm in control of everything. I can do, like, things are so lightweight, things compile instantly. Like, it's so much fun, dude. And then to go back to, like, beefy, fat old Unity, which it could be worse. I could be working in Unreal, right? But, oh my goodness, I don't want to, dude. I really don't. I'm like this close to just saying screw it and re-implementing the entire game in my either this or like my other engine projects. Like, I'm seriously, I'm so close, man. I'm gonna re-implement my other 2 games, like probably Messy Mansion and Crimson Crown, within my own engine. Either this one or another one. Fight and Flight, I don't know. We're gonna see what happens, dude. That's gonna be. I really want to do it because I want to start doing for Messy Mansion. It's not gonna be the Ascii engine. That's 100% sure. I actually want to do proper. It's a kind of an open world type deal. Someone actually experiment with having better occlusion culling. For it, so like, because there's mechanisms you can do, and I've implemented for occlusion culling, but like, there's more sophisticated techniques that we can do with like compute shaders and whatnot that I really want to explore. And as cool as software rendered is, like, there's still things that you just got to do on the GPU. You know what I'm saying? I want to actually set your target CPU supports. It's unfortunate, but you can also just let the compiler deal with auto vectorizations and open MP flags for compiler hints. Yeah, that's true. But here's the thing, though, right? Like, if you design with this in mind, you can like organize stuff in a very particular way that just an auto vectorization is not gonna do. And it also has like other like there's like other benefits that come with that as well, right? Oh man, we'll see. I gotta say though, guys, because hand rolling your own engine nowadays is like the best time to make your own engine, because like there's so many great things that exist right now that makes it super easy. Like Raylib is one that's like super stupid easy to get up and running. I integrated it for a second on this project just to get input handling, and then I switched off. But like Raylib was like super easy to get going and offered a lot. And then like you have all these like wonderful single header file libraries that accomplish specific goals, like Mini Audio, which I think Raylib uses under the hood as well, is fantastic. It was the easiest thing to get implemented and running in the game jam. It was beautiful. And then like you have things like Box 3D as well that's coming out or is out already. That again, C project, easy to build and compile, and like has immensely great collision detection. Like this is the renaissance of hand rolling engines, dude. Like if there's a time for you to be like, no, I'm not going to be subject to any corporate off-the-shelf engine, or if you want to have like an engine purpose made for the thing specifically you're making instead of like a general purpose one, like dude, now is the time, man. Now is the time. There's so many good like libraries coming out for this type of endeavor, dude. For complicated cases, yeah. Oh, not only that, Liam. Here's the prospect that's enticed me for making my own engine, which is like, so I do music, I do art, and I do coding for my games, right? 3 specific disciplines, and switching between these contexts can be very frictionful and painful. Oh, and add like modeling in there as well, right? You have 4 contexts, and switching between these are painful. You know, it's a painful process to like model something, and you have to go through the process of like getting into an engine and customizing it or whatever, or even like level designing, right? Like there's so many friction points, or even getting assets into there. So imagine like an engine where the friction points between these different roles you're occupying are as minimal as absolutely possible and fits exactly for what you're doing. So that all of a sudden, switching between these, there's a very low cost because your engine's built in a way that handles these assets in the way you want it to deal with, or maybe even are built or embedded into it, right? So you have a nice, beautiful workflow. Heck, even this whole like keyboard, like the way I'm navigating and modifying stuff, like what if you made a level editor that uses Vim bindings to do stuff? I did that, and it's really freaking cool, and I actually really enjoyed it, and I'm probably going to bring it back for this engine at some point. I'm not sure if I published it here. I might have to pull it up somewhere else. I have a video somewhere, though, of it.
Let's see if I can find it actually.
I forgot how to compile it. I need to figure it out. So it's CMake.
There's a specific thing for it, but like, dude, there is like a promised land of like peak development where you actually enjoy the process of making stuff. And like, we're so used to the friction points of off-the-shelf engines because we usually just say it's probably not worth it to try to smooth it out. Or maybe you can coerce the engine to do some of the things you want, but it's never going to be perfect. Like, what if you just did? Like, what if you just made it actually do the thing that you want it to do? Like, it's such an alluring thing, man. I think it's this one. Did I have my work in progress videos here? I don't think I do. But I think this is the one. I just didn't save my progress here, which is on my video, at least I didn't record the video here. Maybe it's somewhere else. Demo, example. Do I have progress anywhere? Templates, I don't see it here. Maybe it was in progress or something. Stream world. Oh, it's all MM stuff. I have to find it later. There's a video of the Vim like level editor though. That was like super fun to demo. Actually, let me see if I can get this working. Where's the Cozy engine? Or projects? The Cozy engine. I thought I had a build script or something. No, it's not working. That one's not working at least. What changes have I done? Can I do git stash? No, that wouldn't affect that. I'll get it working. Get it in working order later. I'm in the camp of finding an open source engine and making your own fork modules for it. That's why I like Bevy. I can rip out any movement component in the engine I want and replace it with what I want. I mean, that's good too, right? Like it's a different trade-off, you know? But at least you have the agency to do that, which is cool. That you can actually just learn the engine and then modify it the way you want to. I think I'm also just kind of predisposed to be a very big control freak. So I'd rather just like pay the piper to have absolute knowledge of the engine rather than having gaps. But that's just me. I recognize it's not like the most viable thing to do. There's also like a great ecosystem. Like you mentioned Bevy, but there's also like Strive and a bunch of other ones too that are very promising and have different strengths and pros and cons. I see you tried out Odin and Rust. What do you think about those languages? I don't like them. Rust, I'm like also particularly not biased about because I actually like it was my first low-level language, I think, like that I tried seriously for a prolonged amount of time. I used it for like 2 years, and when I was chasing that perf stuff, I was like, I ended up like just making everything unsafe little by little, and then at that point I was like, I might as well just be doing C or C++, and then I made a new C++ project and like re-implemented all that engine within like a week or two, and I was like, dude, I should have just done this from the beginning instead of using Rust. Like there's no point. Like, and the thing is, like with Rust, those 2 years, like I was gaslighting myself without realizing. I was like, no, dude, it's just sick. It's safe, baby. I got it secured. And then like. Like, oh my goodness, there's so much jank stuff that happened, dude. Safely in C is the complete opposite. Think safely. Well, it's weird, because that's the other thing with Rust is that like I felt so detached from what was going on.
under the hood. Like, I know conceptually what things were, but I felt super disconnected. You know, it's a very odd feeling. Like, everything felt very kind of like, I don't know, like foggy. And I think part of it's like the nested types you'd have, because you'd be wrapping stuff in like, I don't know, I can't remember that much. It would be like you know, it would be like an RC or atomic reference counted, read write lock, mutex or something, and then you have like your actual type inside, you know, that you're actually trying to deal with, you know, a float or something, or no, F32 or okay, man, that's, like it'd be something like this, right? And then like, you know, like it's everything would be incentivized to do it that way, and you know, so like you ended up, it's weird because you end up with, first of all, everything being allocated on the heap, and then you end up feeling weirdly disconnected because like there's so many layers of things in between you and the type you're working with, and like every accessor becomes like instead of just doing, hey, a dot value, you end up doing like, instead it becomes a dot unwrap dot unlock or lock dot copy or clone dot unwrap. Like it quickly emerges like that. Like crazy. Like it just oh dude, man, it was crazy, man. So like you end up having like some of the worst of like C# in a weird way, of like the tendency to everything be heap allocated, and but then also like all this additional syntactic weight and friction everywhere, and then God forbid you want to refactor anything. I guess Rust Rover made it better, but my goodness, dude, it's painful, dude. And then like, you know, and then like dependencies, it was pretty gnarly. I like their TOML file and I like cargo, but geez, man, it's like, it's super easy to like drag in a ton of dependencies into your project without realizing it. But I find it like there's things of Rust I do like though. That's a thing. There's things about Rust I do miss and kind of enjoy. I like their typing, and I think I should probably make like my own like defines to mimic it, like the F32 and the uint and stuff like that. Or not uint, U32 and stuff like that. Like I like that part of the syntax. I actually I like the way I like their compromise they made, where it's like you have a struct that's defined, but then the functionality is separate, so it still feels like C, but you're implementing like a specific trait onto it. Like I think traits are the best compromise when it comes to like OOP principles. Like it inherently prevents like that stupid, annoying like multiple inheritance. I think you can like kind of force that to happen with traits, but the thing with traits is that they're essentially like interfaces with like that kind of allow default implementations. So like it's actually pretty decent to navigate. So like you end up with just like single traits, and then if there is nested traits, it's just functions. You're not dealing with value types, which I think or variables, which I think are where things get really messy when it comes to nested inheritance. I actually quite like that a bit for their typing. I like the way that's structured. I also, you know, I think it's weird because Rust kind of made me kind of prepped for C in a weird way, because like with Rust, you never have a self-reference out the box. You instead have to explicitly define that self-reference. And with C, you're kind of doing the same thing with your functions, right? Like if you're making a function that's dealing with self-references, you have to specify a pointer to yourself. I think C++ has the same syntax as well for like the ampersand for self or for just references in general instead of using a pointer. It's pretty cool. I actually quite like that. It just landed nightly. What's going on with the trait solver? Modern Rust is a little bit better at that, but still pretty verbose. I actually found Rust factors really fun. I would spend weeks fighting compiler errors only for it to finally compile and work first time, which is insanely satisfying. What you're describing is what I went through, and I hated that experience. Because it's like, I'm not fighting the problem, I'm fighting the compiler, and I want to iterate. And I guess games maybe not the best place application of it, right? Like, I don't know. I think like if you're doing like more system-based things, then that's fine because you're dealing with that higher code restriction. And I think there's more processes for that. But for like game stuff, like I just want to be able to iterate and get through it. And it feels like the relationship with Rust is like it's always antagonistic with you and the compiler. Like even as you get better, that still exists, right? You're just you're morphing yourself to fit the shape of it, which makes sense. Like Rust's borrow checker and compiler are like, that's the idea. Like if you're using Rust, it's because you saw this idea they presented and you're buying into it. You're subscribing to it, right? Which means that you're gonna morph yourself to fit into it, which is fine. It just wasn't for me. But you know, I'm not gonna, like I said, I'm not yucking people's yums. I think there's a lot of things in Rust I do like, and you know, honestly, when they drop that new trait resolver, maybe I should give it a try. Maybe I'll try doing something in Rust again, and see if like me working in C this entire time has like changed, maybe more amicable to it, maybe. Because there's some things about Rust I do like. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not a complete Rust hater. I actually quite enjoyed a number of different things from it. I think I can't use Rust in like Vim the way I'm doing it right now. I would have to actually like get a proper IDE like Rust Rover to better enjoy it. What's going on, Gibby? When I write Rust, it feels like I don't need to worry about it in the future. Rust code, if structured well, really needs maintenance. Well, that's like the big thing. What was it? What's that guy? Let's Get Rusty. Like I think he did a video where it's like, yeah, you know, here's a bunch of libraries written in C and C++. Do you notice how they still have a bunch of changes and version releases and upgrades and maintenance and stuff like that? Here's a library written in Rust. It hasn't been updated in 2 years. It's not abandoned. It's just complete. And that's like, whoa, that's a crazy idea, dude. Of just having an application that's just complete, perfect. I don't know though. I don't know. I have no idea, dude. I like control over everything. I'd rather become more aware of stuff than to continue relying on like a compiler or the language to handle it, right? But like I said, different value judgments, right? It's not a right or wrong thing. Something stop writing Rust, yeah. Oh man. Anyways, let me fight the compiler for C real quick. All this yapping about not fighting the compiler. But I think theoretically most of this would go away if I just actually use a proper LSP. But I refuse. Because they're going ultra to the past. Samurai Jack. Is it because these are not... What's going on here? I don't know. I think I'm just too tired. Yeah, 71. It's supposed to be a C4. Okay. And
And then you're supposed to be print colored. And then 84. Yeah, this one right here. Two. You're being odd. I forgot why you're being odd. See PG results. I don't get it.
Code without LSP or intelligence talk really makes you linked. Yeah, that's the thing, Nit. That's the thing I've come to realize. Like, that's why I refuse to use the LSP for, like, at least these projects, because, like, my understanding of specifics of the code base have, like, grown drastically, which is pretty cool. Like, compared to other, like, code bases I work on, there's this weird, it's not weird, but there's, like a comfortable level of offloading that the IDE or LSP does. And it's fine for most cases because, you know, the cost of finding information or indexing it is, like, very minimal, but it's something really cool when you just have, like, that knowledge fully ingrained about the code base, and it's like, oh, dude, I can just, like, I know where this thing is at, and we can just do it, and it makes you feel like a wizard. And then if you're called to, like, pull out something, you can just do it. That was cool during a game jam when the guys asked me questions. I was like, oh yeah, I just called this particular this and that. The specifics, like, underscored and everything. All right. Yeah, I think my brain's fried right now. Too many arguments. What are you talking about? Oh, because RGB, yeah. Forgot about that. Got him. Alright, let's see if this runs. Oh, right, I should probably get rid of the test code from the main. Yeah, I should probably do that. It's kind of important, man. Perhaps we should not early return. Hey, and it's rendering. Our refactor was not terrible. We're going to deal with the timing another day. The edits, I didn't see them, man. I can't raw dog it completely. Highlighting is at least needed. Yeah, dude, ultimate oneness with the code, dude. It's beautiful. That's why, like, I reserve doing that only for, like, my personal code projects. I tried doing that at work and I was like, no, there's no shot. This code base is, like, so large and so, like, just, dude. There's no way I can just, and it's not only that too, like, you're working with, like, to do anything, you gotta import a bunch of stuff, and there's, like, even for basic primitives, you gotta do that. I guess the same thing for C, but most of the primitives I've written up, that's the thing. But for there, it's like, oh, you gotta be using, like, system.collection, or it's like so specific. It's like, it's either system.collection, system.collection.generics. Like, it's like so, but just for, like, basic data structures, right? You know, forget about Unity stuff. Oh yeah, dude, I forgot to include Unity engine dot, I don't know, UI versus, what is it? UI toolkit versus, like, UI dot something. There's just so much, like, everything requires a using just to, I think that's, maybe it's a product of namespaces. I don't know. The nice thing is, the weird thing is I would see there's no namespaces, right? So, like, everything is just a function name. You just remember the specific function and that's everything. So you kind of end up having the namespace encoded in the function. So by knowing the function, you already have that. Refactored buffer to use screen element. Okay, we pushed its origin. Templates and auto. Oh, don't even start, dude. Templates is nightmares. I mean, I understand the appeal of templates. Generics are fun, but geez, dude. C++ templates in particular just can go so crazy. It's such a huge, yeah, no, that there's nothing of value from manually importing every. It's just a pain. It's just okay. What kind of org structure were they using when they implemented this stuff? It's whatever. Yeah, template motor. Yeah, it's actually insane. See, this is how I end up becoming a curmudgeon. He's just like, man shakes fist at cloud. Like, I'm just going to C. There's no generics. There's no nothing. There's just a thing. There's like two functions. There's two features of the language, and we're happy with those two features, dude. Okay. I'm fine with those two features. We'll live. We'll live with those two features, man. All I need is void pointers. With void pointers, you can create the world, dude. Has reflection now. I heard about that. That's insane to me. That's absolutely crazy. Been well, back. It's been well. Yeah, it's been a while for me, Shorky. Or Shaw-key. Yeah, I took a bit of a break. It's supposed to be a short stream, but I don't know, it's been kind of fun. But yeah, I took a little break, did a game jam. It was fun, and now we're back to doing some Ascii stuff, and I should probably finish that other game, just so I can finish the game for once, and before I move on to the Ascii stuff. With Void Pointer, you can make the world goes hard. Yeah, clip it. Print it on a t-shirt. It's fantastic, dude. You can reinvent most like OP stuff if you wanted using that. You could probably do some crazy. I don't know. I need to investigate more of the C language spec, especially like C23. They probably have some more stuff in there. Maybe I don't want to do that. Maybe we stick with C99, dude. Actually, low-key, I was like, I don't want to make a language. I don't want to do that. I don't want to make a compiler. But I was thinking of maybe writing a transpiler where I can like make my own broken version of C and have it be transpiled into like legal C that can be then piped into GCC and whatever. So I can have like, I can do stuff. Not just C++. Yeah, your own Lexer, yeah. That's what I'm thinking. So I can do like some fun, gnarly things. Have a good life. And then, and just throw it into something that's well-rounded and trusted, man. Why not? What can go wrong with writing your own Lexer, dude? Yeah, I'm not sure. No, I'm sorry. No, I didn't get to actually X#. Yeah, I think that's actually before I went on hiatus. And kind of like... Well, I took a break from coding for a bit, for like a week or two, and then I did a game jam, which is purely just me doing C stuff, but... Yeah, I've been meaning to look into it. I know you're talking about it used for like OS stuff, which is pretty interesting. Okay, language. Let's specify that. Yeah, last time we were talking about it, you're surprising me that it was used for some OS level stuff, which is pretty nuts.
I have to type out X sharp. That's lame. Dude, they should just, whenever they, like, if they have a language called X sharp or C sharp, don't spell out sharp, dude. Don't be a coward. Make verbal what you already know in your heart. It's not C sharp. It's C++++. That's what it should be. Don't be a coward. Say it out loud. Double superior. Well, with C it makes sense. With X, what are you superseding? You are the superseder. I'm sorry, this said Vulkan.net? What? Is it used for graphic stuff? Native compiled language that uses C sharp syntax. No OP. You already got me loving this. You got the OP out of C sharp. Okay, let's actually find some Git. Like, I need a repo that has X sharp code in it. No, not C sharp. I'm looking for X sharp. xsystems.org x repo. Oh, is that an X11 thing? X Linux file system? No. Okay, it's not just me. GitHub is super slow to reload, dude. It's insane. Like F sharp? Yeah. Oh, it's language, so it had to support rendering. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. Maybe I'll write the cozy OS in that, dude. Maybe I have to type in X sharp explicitly, dude. Maybe that's what I need to type in. This is a plugin, but it's not written in X sharp. I want to find some bona fide. Oh, high level assembler, Cosmos OS. This is the one you worked on, isn't it? I could have sworn there's a repo that you actually worked on, or at least are aware of, Sharky. Yeah. Source. What's the extension? Spruce, too short, X sharp. Oh, I'm seeing .cs. Is it a layer on top? No, that's not it. Maybe I'm just going to the wrong place. It takes CS files. Oh, okay. Wait, really? Was that actually like partial class? I mean, it just looks like standard fare C sharp though. Where is the actual? I want to see some X sharp. Lowers it to X sharp. Oh. See, is it basically like writing C sharp but with restrictions so that it can be actually compiled? So are people not writing X sharp natively but rather just writing C sharp? Excel sheets? Yeah, dude. That could have been it, dude. Interesting.
But you said it doesn't support OOP, so there has to be like there's probably some compile time checks to restrict certain language features from C#, right? All right, where's they have a thing for like projects where they show like the breakdown. What is this? Yeah, I want to see these. Let me see the files, the XS files. You're lame. Let me see it. Okay, we'll just search the actual repository. Well, GitHub takes a business day to search it up. Yeah, look at that. Look at that bad boy go. Dude, GitHub is going to collapse, dude. Honestly. The way they're going, dude, they're going to 100% collapse. There's no shot that can keep up with this. Like, dude. Dude. Come on, man. No, it's not like F# and it is OP primarily. Okay, gotcha. Okay, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. I was like, dude, that piqued my interest. Okay, that makes sense though. OS level like C#, NASM style assembly ready. So is this JIT compiled as well? Can you have like C# JIT compiled and then have that JIT compilation get JIT compiled into X# code or assembly, I guess? Actually, no, you're dealing with the C# code directly. You're not dealing with like the intermediate layer or what is it? Intermediate language? Yeah. IL. That's not bad for asking a queue and another queue. Nah, man. You ask queues when you gotta ask queues. Alright, dude. GitHub is not. The bar is almost there, but it's not quite. It hasn't made it home yet. So, it's also 2:41 in the morning. So, I gotta go to work in the morning, dude. So, we gotta tie it up for the night. Try to make it feel just as natural as possible. Okay. I need to find the compiler for this. I should give it a try because I actually do like C# is actually quite a nice language. I do enjoy it, so it'd be cool to try this out. It's integrated into Visual Studio. Okay, I don't want to. That's the barrier of entry. I like my writer. But for this, maybe I'll give it a try. Actually, on Linux. Is that No, I'm not using VS Code and G++. Get out of here. No. No, I know JetBrains and yes, but no. No. It's a security layer the layer like what runs on kernel versus user space. Oh, that's always like a big rub, right? VS Codium. Oh my goodness, what is this? I'm seeing is. Okay, free Libre open source software binaries for VS Code. Binary distribution of Microsoft's editor VS. Well, that's code though. Well, I guess you're saying you're working on a VS Code version, right? Or support. So theoretically, you get VS Code working, and then you can use this. You know what? It's fine. I'm just not gonna do it. I'm just gonna write raw X sharp code, and I'm just gonna let the compiler tell me what bad things I've done. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. We'll just live like that. Oh man. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've had a lot of fun today. It's good to be back streaming, guys. I'm not gonna lie. So thank you guys for watching, as always. Stay cozy. God bless. Until next time, stay cozy. I messed up I was like, I haven't done this so long. I said the cozy part first. Oh, whatever, man. You get the idea. Y'all have a good one. Stay cozy. I'll catch you guys next stream. Till next time. Ta-ta.